John? Good evening. The City Council meeting for November 9th, 2021 will come to order. Pursuant to the July 17, 2021 order from the County of Los Angeles Department of Public Health, face masks must be worn by all persons regardless of their vaccination status while in the council chambers. There will be a designated area in the lobby to accommodate members of the public who do not wish to be seated in the council chambers and desire to remain masked and socially distanced regardless of the vaccination status. Temporary accommodation due to COVID. As a standing accommodation to ensure participation of those with sensitive or other risk conditions, the city will offer a nearby alternate location where individuals who desire to participate at the county meeting and would desire to wear masks, maintain 6 feet social distancing, and ensure those around them are also similar protected regardless of vaccination status, may watch the meeting. Such individuals will be allowed to remain in this area only if they comply with these requirements. To participate in oral communications, such individuals will be called, can proceed to the public speaking podium and address the City Council, and are able to return to the fully masked social distancing location with minimal exposure to any unmasked individuals. Please rise. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Recognition of Southland Young Marines, Red Ribbon Week. Trish, the executive officer. Yeah, I'll read. Red Ribbon Week. Whereas there is a hope in winning the war of drugs, and there is hope lies in education and drug demands reductions, coupled with hard work and designation of organizations such as the Southland Young Marines of the Marine Corps League to foster a healthy, drug-free lifestyle. And whereas the red ribbon has been chosen as a symbol of commemorating the work of Enrique Kiki Camarilla, a Drug Enforcement Administration agent who was murdered in the line of duty and represented the belief that one person can make a difference. And whereas October 23rd through 31st has been designated National Red Ribbon Week, which encourages Americans to wear a red ribbon to show their support for the drug-free environment. Now, therefore, I, Mayor Emmett Badar, Mayor Pro Tem Eric Weber, Council members Dennis Bertone, John Ebner, and Ryan Vienna, do hereby proclaim October 23rd through 31, 2021, a Red Ribbon Week. During this event, we urge all citizens to join with appropriate celebrations and observance. In witness thereof, I, Mayor Emmett Badar, have hereon to set my hand and cause the seal of the City of San Dimas to be affixed this 9th day of November 21.
Sutton, Hannah Sutton, and Seth Sutton?
Yes.
Come on.
Emmett?
Anyone who wishes to take a photo, feel free to come right up here and just take your time, take as many photos as you want. This is an important moment. Okay? How you doing? Sure. Here?
Good. Thank you, Mayor.
Okay. There.
Thank you.
He's got a pretty big family. It's young Marine.
Yes. Thank you.
Good. You're up. You're up. Sure. All of them, please.
Come on up. All your Marines. Yes. Okay, Gage. Come on up, okay, take a individual picture. Gage Sutton.
I'm missing one of my kids here. Okay. Emmett? Thank you.
You're up.
Now you come in the front, right here. You should come in the front.
Whatever you wish.
Thank you. There you go.
Come up there. Hold it.
What?
Open up the proclamation.
Yeah.
Thank you, Mayor.
Oh, yeah.
Thank you, sir.
Sure.
One more, Emmett, one more.
One more, sorry.
You see?
Thank you.
Thank you.
I think you guys have enough ribbons that, well, they, Commandant of the Marine Corps will got. Thank you very much. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir.
We'll go to oral communications. Members of the audience are invited to address the City Council on any item on this agenda or not on this agenda. Public comments will not be taken during each individual item except for public hearings. Comments on public hearings items will be heard when that item is scheduled for discussion. Under the provisions of the Brown Act, the legislative body is prohibited from engaging in discussion on any item not appearing on a posted agenda. However, your concerns may be referred to the staff and set for a discussion at a later date. Each speaker will be limited to 3 minutes. Madam Clerk?
Mr. Mayor, if I may just highlight that we have 2 public hearing items. So any comments for the organics recycling or the council districting should be occurring at the public hearing item if they desire to be on the record.
Thank you.
And Mayor, there have been no public speaker cards turned in for any items other than the public hearing items.
Okay, thank you. Although there's no cards turned in, anyone wishing to speak to the council at this time, please feel free to come right on up into the podium and address the council. Seeing no one, we'll go into the consent calendar. All items on the consent calendar are considered to be routine and will be enacted by one motion unless a member of the city council requests separate discussion.
Mr. Mayor, I have to recuse myself from item 3 on the consent calendar.
And Mayor, I'd like item 6 pulled.
I move approval with those 2 exceptions.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? Seeing no opposed,
Mr. Mayor, if I may just clarify, the motion was by Councilmember Bertone, and the second was it was 2 people at the same time.
Councilman Weber.
Sure, that works. Okay.
all right. We have a pretty large public hearing tonight, so we'll go on to cover number 1.
Mayor, point of order. I asked for item 6 pulled if we could go through
Oh,
that.
sorry.
All right.
You want to pull it and discuss it now?
Yes, sir.
Okay, go ahead.
I'm just curious from staff, this item, if you can just go over it really quick, specifically the installations. There was a lot of discussion in the city when these cell sites were discussed a couple years back, understanding the public right-of-way access, but there was discussion in terms of the continuity of these cells, and I do think for the public's benefit, if you can explain our ability or lack thereof to regulate the aesthetics of these cell sites or cell facilities.
I will turn it over to our Public Works Director, Sherry Garwick.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, members of the City Council. Before you tonight is a request for your consideration to allow the city manager to negotiate a right-of-way use agreement with MCI Telecommunications. As Councilman Vienna alluded to, there is the wireless communications and the permitting of wireless nodes are heavily regulated, and the city is very limited as to what requirements it can impose. Wireless facilities the state of California has dictated through the California Public Utilities Code that the state or that cities can no longer require a franchise agreement from wireless telecommunication companies. And there are other regulations from both the federal government and other state regulations that severely limit what requirements we can place upon a wireless node. And the intent behind this is to provide wireless communications for all and enhance the wireless communications ability of telecommunications companies. The right-of-way use agreement actually would replace a franchise agreement or certain elements of a franchise agreement. So the difference between a right-of-way use agreement and a franchise agreement is particularly that there are a franchise agreement implies that the company is going to pay the city money for the lease for the use of the right-of-way. Okay, the state law prohibits that now, but what we can do as a city is require certain elements like insurance, the company to maintain insurance, that they respond within certain time frames for if there's repairs to be done, and other requirements, a bond to make sure that they replace their equipment or maintain their equipment in a timely manner. In terms of aesthetics, the city is very limited on what it can require in aesthetics. In April of 2018? I'm sorry, 19. The Development Plan Review Board and the Planning Commission approved guidelines for the deployment of wireless nodes in the city. And we will require that any installation conform to those requirements. And I believe we are working on bringing forth a municipal code text amendment that actually formalizes that process as well. So with that, if there are any other questions?
No, I appreciate the information. I think I had a couple people send me messages over the last week regarding this when it was on there. There was a lot of concern in the community as it relates to these cell sites and what they look like, understanding the legislation changes with the right-of-way. So I appreciate the explanation, and I hope that answers the questions. So with that, I'll move approval to authorize the city manager to negotiate and execute a right-of-way use agreement as outlined in the agenda.
Second.
Any discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Hearing none. Item 6 passes on the consent calendar. Public hearings. Consider municipal text amendment 21-0003, replacing Chapter 8.12 garbage and Chapter 8.12 specific regulations for organic waste disposal reduction, recycling, and solid waste collection and recycling programs to comply with SB 1383 mandates. Lauren Marshall. Hi, Lauren.
Good evening, Mayor and members of the City Council. My name is Lauren Marshall. I'm the Senior Administrative Analyst for the Public Works Department. You've seen me a lot regarding this subject in the last year. So here we go with the Municipal Code text amendment, which will formalize the implementation of this legislation for our community. In order to comply with this unfunded mandate, known as the Short-Lived Climate Pollutants Reduction Act, also known as SB 1383, this will take effect on January 1st, 2022. The amendment has been reviewed by staff, the City Attorney's Office, as well as the city's consultant, HF&H Consulting, Inc. So again, you guys have seen this slide before. This is something that has each component of what's required the ordinance to include within various sections throughout. You will see a monitoring, compliance, and enforcement component for pretty much each of these various attributes. So we've got the collection services. Residents will be required to subscribe to these services. If they do not have a green can currently, they will come January 1st, 2022. The city is required to establish an edible food recovery program with fairly all-encompassing reporting requirements, as well as conducting education and outreach to the community. We also will need to procure recyclable and recovered organic materials, and this will span from renewable gas to recycled paper purchased by the city. We will also need to secure access to recycling and edible food recovery to those in need. CalRecycle has stated that the jurisdictions who passed the organic waste recycling ordinance by January 1st, 2022 are demonstrating that they intend to be in compliance with the law. Initially, CalRecycle will be focusing on the compliance monitoring. They will also be looking to see that we are putting this information out to the community and providing that outreach for the program implementation in specifically years 2022 and 2023. The expectation will be that the city does start to take that enforcement action against non-compliant entities as of January 1st, 2024. So the proposed ordinance before council tonight proposes replacing the existing Chapter 8.12 garbage with the new Chapter 8.12 titled Specific Regulations for Organic Waste, Disposal Reduction, Recycling, and Solid Waste Collection and Recycling Programs. This title is more representative of what the program actually encompasses as a result of this new legislation, which is beyond simply garbage at this point. Failure to comply with any of the SB 1383 requirements, as well as any of the SB 1383 organics legislative text, may result in corrective action with fines to the city and those found in violation. So specifically, these community-wide impacts will be requiring to subscribe to that organic service, as I mentioned earlier, which will increase pricing for our residents and commercial businesses. And that will be brought to you at a meeting in December, a council meeting in December. And as I mentioned before, about 194 cities statewide were surveyed, and all were found to anticipate an increase in their fees. And again, community impacts, we've talked about the 3-can system being the biggest change before this one. So in the last 30 years, we've had a 3-can system, and now this is the biggest change, is that we're going to have to change our habits and learn how to sort our organics waste into our green containers along with our yard waste. And with regards to our commercial businesses, as of 2022, our tier 1s, which are our grocery stores, Costco, Target, we have organic milling in the city. They will all be required to participate in the edible food recovery program. Most of them are already participating in an edible food recovery program. This is just going to be formalizing this process to meet the state's requirements for reporting. And Tier 2 will take place as of 2024, and this will include our smaller restaurants, smaller grocery stores, think Trader Joe's, and it will also include our larger venues, which will include, say, Raging Waters, and I believe our hotels are small enough where they won't be required, and I believe San Dimas Community Hospital will be just below that threshold of 100 beds. The other component of this legislation will require our model water efficient landscape ordinance, or MWELO requirements, to have compost and mulch application to the projects. And also our construction and demolition debris will have to meet CalGreen's 65% requirement for recycling in both residential and non-residential projects. This is also mentioned in Chapter 18, our zoning code, to make sure that no one misses requirements for either of those functions, whether it's in zoning or in Chapter 8.12. We have cross-referenced these within those chapters. And I mentioned last time that the city had conducted quite extensive outreach efforts to date with regards to social media, mailers, our biannual newsletters via Waste Management. But most recently, I wanted to just let you know what we've done since September 14th. This information has also been included in our Silver Times at our senior center. The city facilities also have these flyers at counters for residents to pick up. We've sent these flyers to the Bonita Unified School District, so they should go home with students, as well as presentations to the San Dimas Chamber of Commerce. And I must thank Councilmember Viena for this particular presentation. We were able to invite all of the property management companies that we had contact information for, as well as all of the HOAs in the city. So they were invited to this presentation. And it's my understanding that the chamber is interested in having a second presentation, so the invitation will be extended to them again as well. We are also including this information on our community television channel. We are doing announcements at Bingo starting next week, and those flyers are also available as of this week at Bingo, and they will also be available at our upcoming city events. So I just wanted you to know that while we've been working on social media posts and continue to do that, we want to make sure that you're aware of the other things that we're doing. So with that, as staff has stated before, this is the biggest change to solid waste processing in the last 30 years. The proposed code reflects the requirements of the state of California's legislation and has been integrated with our previous code to form the new Chapter 8.12. In order to implement and comply with this unfunded state mandate, it is necessary to make these code updates that affect the entire community. Staff recommends that the City Council read by title and introduce Ordinance 1291, approving Municipal Code Text Amendment 21-0003 in order to comply with the implementation of SB 1383. Thank you, and I'm available to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you, Laura.
Thank you.
I have a couple of questions, May. Right now, we have ordinance that regulates organic green waste from residents. Does this law affect that at all? Will it change the way people give their organic green waste? In other words, their yard clippings?
I see what you're asking. So we'll continue to put our green waste in the green container. Now the organic waste from the food that we don't consume or goes bad in the refrigerator will also go into that can.
But don't most people use what is called a garbage disposal in the house? They're not going to want to pack that up, are they?
Not necessarily. So you're welcome to use your garbage disposal where possible, but things like bones, like chicken bones or steak bones or things like that, those won't be able to be put down the garbage disposal. So there will be certain things in every household, I believe, that will need to employ the use of the green can.
And will it be in a separate container from the organic green waste?
No, it will be all together.
In other words,
In
the
no bags.
the lawn clippings will go with the chicken bones?
Correct.
And so they're not going to use the lawn clippings anymore, or the green waste for the cover for the...
That is correct. So that actually became illegal in the state of California to use the alternate daily cover in between layers of garbage because it was producing methane as well. So that will all have to go to an anaerobic digestion facility moving forward.
I'm old enough to remember when we used to have garbage cans. Maybe some in the audience might remember that. Maybe we're going back to that. Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
This mainly affects restaurants, though. I mean, that's where the big problem is, right?
It affects literally every single person in the city, whether it's a business entity or a resident. The food recovery program is what's primarily affecting restaurants and edible food generators. So, like I said, the grocery stores.
Okay, thank you very much.
You're welcome. Thank you.
Any further questions? Has anybody thought about the fact that if you put this garbage in the green waste, that if you don't run it through the garbage disposal, that it may sit there for an entire week and then develop maggots and things like that? And I don't know. I've seen trash cans out there that maggots are running up the sides and smelling and everything else. I mean, it sounds absolutely stupid what they're doing.
I think that you'll find every city and many residents within those cities agree with you. CalRecycle has not seemed to embrace that concern yet. I think they will come January 1st, 2022. With that said, though, we are looking into ways to mitigate that issue in our city. And I actually do have flyers with me that we just started to put out as of today that give tips for folks on how to keep their green can from smelling too badly.
Yeah, unfortunately, it's the guy upstairs who regulates the weather that probably is not sure how he's going to handle the heat.
Sure.
Because, during our summers here lately, they've been pretty warm, and it just seems like to me it's doomed for failure.
I absolutely hear what you're saying, and we don't disagree with that staff-wise. One of the things that Waste Management is proposing is there are little countertop pails and thinner, smaller pails that you can actually keep inside your freezer, and that will hold your food scraps until it's time to put the trash out.
They must live in a different household than I do.
I understand. A larger family, that will be a
They
challenge.
have 3 freezers and you can't find an ice cream. All right. Thank you. Any further questions of Lauren at this time?
What is the city and/or Waste Management doing for commercial properties or multifamily dwellings that have existing enclosures that are probably not set up to accommodate this?
So they have a couple of different alternatives, but I do think there are going to be what's called space waivers for those businesses that can't accommodate the organics container.
What about multifamily structures?
Multifamily, they are offering things like split cans, and they're also offering for the recycling and the garbage, and then all of the organics containers for commercial businesses and multifamily will actually be the 96-gallon lidded containers that we use as residents. And those will actually have a closed lid on it to mitigate the smell and access for vermin to get into the bins.
Okay. At some point, I think the city and Waste Management need to go look at some of these places.
Absolutely.
I don't think that's going to work pragmatically, functionally.
Understandable.
And
That's why they are allowing waivers. They're good for about 5 years. We're just wondering at the staff level how long Waste Management will allow us to have those 5-year waivers before they expect something different. So I think that's one of those things as this program moves forward and actually gets going in real life, that will be something that we look into.
Yeah, I think commercial mixed-use property, for example, like where I live, there's enclosures that's shared with commercial mixed use,
Yes.
2 places that sell a lot of organic material, and there's absolutely no room to be able to accommodate any other type of dumpster, and that's what they are. They're dumpsters. It's
Right.
not even little pieces. Same thing with the enclosures over behind Pizzetto's. There's not a lot of space there without getting into that parking lot. And same thing up on the Whiting properties up off of Foothill and some of those areas. Some of them aren't producing the organics, though, in the same way. But there's still space challenges.
There
and
are.
Avalon as well, others like
Yes,
that.
yes, and that's true. One of the things the city is looking at is redoing their standards for enclosures. So it may be that we start to look at some of those and see what we can assist with in terms of recreating those spaces.
Cool. All right. Thank you.
Thank you.
Just one quick question, and I guess a point of clarification. I think on the last presentation that we got on this, the takeaway that I got from it was that it seems like garbage bags are a thing of the past now, and I don't know if that's the correct interpretation of what SB 1383 amounts to, but maybe some clarification on that just for people out there.
Absolutely. So trash bags, yes, please still use them because otherwise the black is going to be just as problematic as the green as we move forward with this. The bags are not allowed in the green waste container or the recycling container, but please continue to use trash bags in the black container.
Okay, so the paper waste bag was for the organics waste,
Yes,
which
yes.
I think poses its own challenges, but I
Yes, it
think
does.
all of those are pretty loud and clear at this point, so thank you very much.
Thank you.
Any further questions of Lauren? Thank you, Lauren.
Thank you.
At this time, we'll open up the public hearing. Anyone wishing to speak towards this issue to the council, please come forward.
Hi, thank you for the information. I am curious as...
Ma'am, would you like to say your name, please?
Oh, sorry, my name's Karen. I'm curious if you have any idea how much the cost will go up, and also if, because the costs are going up, will residents have an option to get smaller bins that are less expensive? That's basically it. Thank you.
Okay, Lauren, we'll answer those questions after we close the public hearing. Anybody else wishing to address the council? Seeing none, I'll close the public hearing. Lauren, would you like to address that issue, please?
Yes, Mr. Mayor. So with regards to the cost increase, we are still working that out with Waste Management. Again, that will be an item that comes before the City Council in December for effect January 1st, 2022. We do know that costs are expected to increase because we are processing waste differently than we've done before. And then with regards to reducing can size to save money, that is always an option for our residents and even commercial businesses, as long as they're not overflowing anything.
Thank you. Any further questions of staff? Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Is there a motion or any motion to introduce ordinance 1291 and approve municipal text amendment 21-0003?
I'll make that motion after we have the initial reading, or the title reading.
Ordinance 1291, an ordinance of the City Council of the City of San Dimas, California, replacing Chapter 8.12 to Title 8, Health and Sanitation of the San Dimas Municipal Code, entitled Specific Regulations for Organic Waste Disposal Reduction, Recycling, and Solid Waste Collection and Recycling Programs, to enact regulations in compliance with Senate Bill 1383 for the implementation of food and organics, recycling and related solid waste, and recycling, processing, and reporting, adoption of an exemption from the California Environmental Quality Act.
I will move that we waive further reading and introduce ordinance 1291.
Second.
Any further questions? All in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? The ayes have it, 5-0. Introducing ordinance 1291. Okay. We'll move to public hearing number 2, public hearing regarding draft district maps and election sequencing for a district-based election system. Selection of district maps and election sequence, introduction of ordinance number 1292, establishing a district-based system of elections for members of the City Council. Staff, Chris?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. This is a very significant item of the night, and it's the first time that the City Council has had to discuss and go through such a voluminous amount of information. So we are currently in our 5th public hearing of 4 that were required under threat of litigation for us to enter into district elections. And so what we engaged a consultant. We have Jeff Simonetti here who can answer questions. He will not be doing a presentation, but he's available to answer questions with regards to the maps, the process, and the legal requirements for the California or Federal Voting Rights Act. The city received 38 submissions of maps and 3 potential communities of interest with a date allotted, and posted those maps for a period of no less than 7 days from this meeting for the availability and consideration of the City Council's approval of those maps and their deliberation. The council will have the opportunity to discuss those maps. We will have a public hearing that offers the public the opportunity to provide input. But because this is the first time we've ever gone through this process, I think what we probably should do is establish how you want to go through the consideration of those maps at this point in time, prior to the public hearing, so that during the public hearing, the public can discuss not just the maps, but could also discuss any, provide any input to the council in terms of the process to select those maps. And then we can go through the public hearing and close the public hearing and enter into deliberations. The process that the council could use is solely at your purview. One suggestion that I would make, I provided tally sheets to facilitate considering the 38 maps. You could decide to, as one option, tally the maps by council members that you want to discuss, and we could have a voice vote of what those maps are, and staff can tally all the council's considerations together to determine, is there a smaller subset of maps the council wants to consider first, to narrow the discussion from 38 maps down to a smaller manageable number. We can go through that process in an iterative fashion, so we can do it a second time with the smaller subset of maps until we get to something even smaller, if that's what the council so chooses, as one option, just to facilitate discussion. And if we go through that process, what we can do is, let's say we end up with 8 maps in the first set that we want to discuss. We will take those maps and we will throw them up on the screen, and we will have staff or the consultant go through and provide just the background on the maps in terms of the demographic breakdown, the population split, the population deviation, and any other considerations that the council should know prior to consideration of that map. We can go one map of the 8 at a time, or we can go through all 8 and then open it up for deliberations. If there is not a decision on that first subset, the council can then expand the number of maps that they're looking at and continue into the next set of maps until you come to either a decision or discussion or consideration of continuing the meeting at a future point in time, which we've set for the council's availability as an option as November 15th. Or we can consider some other process that the council thinks is efficient. But I think having the conversation before the public hearing would be important. So with that, I'll turn it back to the mayor to determine what process do we want to engage in to consider the maps.
Thank you. As I understand it, the November 15th day is a drop-dead date for us. Is that true?
It's not a drop-dead day. We could have if we wanted to have another meeting, we could have it on the 17th or the 16th or the 15th. But the 15th is the best day because if the council wanted to revise a map, then we would be able to still revise maps if we held the meeting on the 15th.
So I had a question on when in that scenario, Chris, when was the public going to have their input?
In this recommendation, it would be we would discuss first the process right now at this point in time, and then we would open the public hearing, and the public members would be able to speak to any item, including which map they believe is the best fit and why, or to comment on the process itself. If we wait for that deliberation till after the public hearing, without opening a second public hearing tonight, the public won't have the benefit of being able to hear what you have to say about the process and then provide input to you during the public hearing.
You know, you kind of read my mind there. So if it goes real smoothly and we somehow after the public speaks and there's a deliberation and we narrow it down to say 5, 6, 7 maps, and we're down to that as opposed to 38, I'm just wondering if the public, in seeing that, a map that they might have wanted for sure is just not in the mix anymore, if they would have like a fallback and people might want to speak. I mean, I don't know if anybody would want to do that or not, but that's doing two rounds of public comments, so we don't necessarily have to do it. I'm just saying that I'm trying to think of how the public is going to, what input they might have, or should we ask them to have their first, second, and third choices when they come up and that kind of thing?
Like any of the public hearings, the council can open a public hearing a second time. Traditionally, the public hearing is the official time for somebody to present their case. And so let's say, for example, I desire map 112, and I say I think it has the best balance, the best distribution, the best geography, the best colors, the arguments, and I think you should consider that. I've provided that input to you. You close the public hearing, and then you deliberate, and you choose to take maps 102, 103, 104. I provided my input on map 112, and obviously I can't spend 3 minutes talking about 38 maps. The council, at your discretion, could decide to reopen the public hearing or not to, because you can determine you receive the input. It's solely at your discretion.
Got it. Okay. All right. Yeah.
Any further questions? Okay. All right. Now, Mr. Simonetti is available to answer questions, but he's not making any type of presentation this evening.
Correct.
Okay.
I guess I might have a question for Mr. Simonetti, and just as a general comment about communities. Mm-hmm. So one of our goals is to keep communities of interest together, if we can. I've heard from some people who think that I'm not going to even say which communities of interest they were talking about, but thinks that certain communities of interest are very important, and so important in that you should actually, their suggestion anyway, was divide them. So there's a chance of getting 2 representatives from that community of interest. And obviously you would divide them and then there'd be a whole bunch of other things, but the idea is that if I live across the street from somebody and the dividing line is right there, in that scenario, we're in the same town area, but we, could literally both get elected, and then you have two people that are, in the same downtown area, which is what I would be, representing the council, representing people on the council. Is that something you can do, or should you shy away from that?
So in relation to communities of interest, we haven't defined any specifics of what the community of interest are yet. I mean, we've talked about some potential areas, Villa Verde, the downtown, but there hasn't been any specific definition yet of what those communities of interest are. With that being said, it's a policy choice for you, and I think you bring up a good point. It's a policy choice for the council to determine exactly what you were talking about. Is this community of interest, and this goes back to the presentation that we had talked about at the beginning, is this community better served by having it together and having one representative, or is it better served by having multiple representatives on the board, on the council, having a voice from two or more council members, depending on how you divide that? That's a policy choice. And again, something that the most important thing to remember is that if a community of interest is so large that it has larger than a district, then you have ideal boundaries, that would be a reason why you would have to split it. But beyond that, again, it's a policy choice for you.
If I may add, Jeff, can you speak to some of the primary drivers for districting? So there's community of interest, which you can define it by geographic boundaries or other objective type of considerations. But isn't there a demographic driver for districting and purpose under the California Voters' Rights Act, which is driving the districting?
Yes.
Can you speak to that? Yeah.
So in terms of what's driving the districting process, if you recall back to the one of the original slides that we had talked about, the Gingles test there, where we talk about there's the two tests that drive that. It's, can the protected class vote as a block, and do the non-protected classes vote in a manner that defeats protected classes in a particular election. Those are the two main drivers as to the California Voting Rights Act that drives the reason why we need to go into districts. But there are, as Chris was mentioning, there are multiple laws that are associated with this. Federal Voting Rights Act specifically talks about, again, generally equal population balance and no racial gerrymandering. And then on top of that, we have what you were talking about with AB 849 and the Fair Maps Act, which are your communities of interest, making sure that your districts are contiguous. All of those play into consideration, but the driving and overarching most important laws that are associated with this is the Federal Voting Rights Act, which specifically, like I said, pertains to having generally equal population balance and no racial gerrymandering associated with it.
So let me ask you a follow-up to John's question. So looking through all of these maps over the weekend, there are a number of maps that achieve like a high Latino population or Hispanic population, however, may not achieve a high voter population. So, and then there's others where there is a high representation in both, in excess of 40% in some of them proposed. So there's some maps where, it's over 40% of the population in that district, and it also is representative of 40% or more of the voting population. So is the voting, if we consider the voting population, which is kind of what's driving this, that there is, the voting population number to me would be then more important than the population itself. In other words, right?
When you say the population itself, you're referring to the total population of the district?
Right.
Yes, you are correct. When we're looking at numbers that are pertaining to whether it be Hispanic or Asian, yes, you're looking specifically at the voting age population tallies, because that's when maps are judged, that's the number that you need to be looking at versus total population. Yes, you are correct.
Okay, so if you're looking at a map and it, may have a representation of a certain demographic of, let's say 40%, but the voting population is, 38%. And then you look at another map and you have that same demographic at let's say 44%, and then let's say 41.5% or something like that of voting population, that would be a better map than the previous one.
It's not that it's necessarily better. It's just, again, we have to be focusing on the percentages of citizen voting age population.
Right.
And in the districts here, as you mentioned, you see lots of districts when we talk about citizen voting age population. There are some that you can draw 41, 42%. There's not an instance where you can draw a contiguous and compact district that would get you to a 50% citizen voting age population.
Right. I guess my point is that the voting age population, though, is the
driving
most
force.
the
Yes.
driving most important number.
Yes, you are correct.
Okay, thank you.
Any further questions?
On the process, thanks. Are the folks coming up to speak in the public hearing going to be asked to talk about the communities of interest as well as what maps they like that fulfill those communities of interest?
And they can, in my opinion, they can talk about whatever they want.
Okay.
It's their time to address the council, so how they want to sequence it, that, I think most of us would agree with that, but if there's somebody that has some opposition, please speak up.
Okay. All right. Yep.
Okay. I have just a question, and it's not truly dealing with the process, but the school board is entertaining this entire issue at, they haven't been sued, but they've decided they're going to go forward because they feel like they probably would be sued at some point in time. The question is, that I was asked last Friday night, was what happens if the Santa Monica case reaches the Supreme Court and the Supreme Court, rules in favor of Santa Monica? Okay, does that have an effect on San Dimas, the way we're doing this? As the school board has been told by their attorneys that they wouldn't have to go through the process if they went through the Santa Monica process, if the Supreme Court ruled that it was illegal. The question is, we're doing it as a result of a lawsuit. They're doing it as a resort of wanting to do it because they feel they're going to be sued at some point. How does that cover? How does that work?
You're right. There is a case right now for Santa Monica that's currently pending before the Supreme Court, and we're waiting for the court to set a hearing date so that the court can decide that case. If Santa Monica wins that case, that may affect the legal analysis of whether a lawsuit against San Dimas would prevail. But we don't know whether it will or not, because we don't know on what grounds the Supreme Court might decide the case. So it's going to be like the Supreme Court has to come out with their decision, and we have to analyze the decision to see if it helps San Dimas at all. And it may or may not help San Dimas. Based on how Santa Monica won the case in the Court of Appeal, if the Supreme Court agrees with that, that likely would not, based on the facts that we have in San Dimas, it likely would not help San Dimas much unless the Supreme Court were to give us more. Because the way that Santa Monica won in the Court of Appeal is Santa Monica said the highest percentage Latino district that it is possible to draw in Santa Monica is around 30%. And the Court of Appeal said, well, if you can only draw a 30% Latino district anyway, then going to districts isn't going to help Latino voters elect someone to the council, because you can only get a 30% district at most. Here in San Dimas, as you've seen, when the maps have been created, we're able to get up to around 41, and if you talk about total population, around 44% Latino population. So that's significantly higher than Santa Monica is able to do. So we would have a much weaker ability to win on that same argument in court, because we would have to be arguing that if we create a 41 or 42% Latino district, that would not increase the ability of Latinos to elect someone to the council. And that's a lot tougher argument than a 30% district. So assuming Santa Monica wins, and assuming that's the reasoning that the Supreme Court uses, it would not help us that much. But if the Supreme Court were to use some other reasoning that does help us, then we will obviously notify the council of that, and there can be a repeal of this ordinance going to districts. And it may not be able to take effect by the June 2022 election, but eventually that could happen if that's what the Supreme Court decides and it helps us. Right. And by the way, we still need to go through this process now, because in our settlement agreement, we can't just wait until the Supreme Court decides the case, because in our settlement agreement with the attorney that threatened to sue us, we have a December deadline to make this decision for our June 2022 election.
Has the state Supreme Court agreed to take the case?
Yes, it's currently pending before the state Supreme Court right now. They've agreed to take it, and all the briefing is done, but they have not set a hearing date yet. And then even when the hearing happens, then there's, several months after that before the decision comes out. So it may be a year from now before there's even a decision.
All right.
And just a note, this spreadsheet you have in front of you is my analysis. So just full disclosure, this isn't staff's. This is what I did. And so if there's little green marks saying, a green mark thinking that's a good thing or something else, or the comments or the tweaks and all that kind of stuff, that's all my doing. I thought that there are some districts that I think would be good or maps would be good or better maps if there's some tweaks. And so I wrote them down here to make it easier when we go through them. And of course, I didn't put all the factors in here, but I had a number of factors. One you might notice is that we had a housing element just submitted to the state recently in draft form. And one of the things that we're talking about with these maps is that areas where there are sites that we've identified as going to have higher density and thus more population, you can take that into consideration. So the district with those sites in them could be lower in population. It may look kind of funny right now, but since this is a 10-year decision, it would fill up over time. That's kind of the thought in that one column, just to say.
And that document is something that Councilmember Ebner submitted tonight and brought to the meeting, and we do have copies for the public here on the ledge here.
Okay. Oh, great. So the analysis is right there if anybody wants to see it. It has all sorts of stuff about Hispanic population. I did the population, not the voting age. Got whether what council members might be in the same district on certain maps, where Villa Verde is going, if there's not enough people in Villa Verde, and all that kind of stuff.
All right, thank you. I just want to clarify my thinking on Jeff's comments. In his comments, he kept saying, help us, help us. We want to figure out what's the best thing for San Dimas, not use the word help, in my opinion, of like us trying to get out of this or something like that. We want whatever's fair and the best opportunity for San Dimas, or at least that's my belief that this council wants.
I agree with that, Mayor. So I apologize for using that language, but I kind of just meant like help in court if we were to get sued. I understand what you're saying.
I understand. I just wanted to make sure that, that the city's not looking for, the resolution of getting out of this thing. We're trying to figure out what's the best way and the best thing for the for the community, because there is an element of the community that that truly believes in the process that we're doing in. Then there's an element of the community who's saying, why are you doing this? It's just like everything else. There is 2 or 3 or 4 different opinions. We're going forward with this for the right reasons, even though it sounds strange because we're sued and we were forced into it. It's over the period of time we started to figure out that this is the right move to move at this point in time. It's kind of ugly that we're being held hostage basically, but let's see where the process goes. We know, I think it's been a very smooth process. We've gone through the hearings, and let's see where we get tonight and see where we go, and be as open and as everybody can be at this up here on this dais, please. All right. Nothing else from staff? No? I'm going to open up the public hearing.
Mr. Mayor, we still have the consideration, do you want to discuss the process now, or do you want to wait till after the public hearing?
No, we want to discuss it now, right? Because we want people to know what the process is going to be.
By that, do you mean, do we want to start choosing maps right now to narrow it down?
No. So what, again, I want to caveat it with, this is the first time we're doing this, so
Right.
if it seems a little clunky, it's because we've never done this before and it only happens once every 10 years. What I'm saying is, we can end up getting to the end of the public hearing, closing the public hearing, and just deciding, one council member says, I want to talk about map X. And then, well, I want to talk about map Y, and then well, I want Z, and you can dance around all kinds of maps, round and round, repeating information, going back and forth between maps, and extending the discussion in an inefficient manner, unless you really want to kind of belabor maps multiple times. The recommendation I made, which is just a recommendation, would be, you have 38 maps. If all 5 council members believe that 7 of those maps, I don't see those as something I would say let's deliberate over, then there's no reason discussing those 7 maps and deliberating over when none of the council members are looking at that as a viable map and trying to go from not seeing it as viable to now all of a sudden being viable just by mere discussion. And so you can start the conversation by getting a subset, focus on the subset until you're either happy with one or not happy with it, and then you can set that aside and move on to a next set of maps until you either get to a map that a majority of the council agrees with, or have a decision to say, well, we could like a certain map, but it needs a minor tweak to be able to make us to feel comfortable for a majority to approve it. And so that may lower the amount of discussion that's necessary to get to a decision. Because with 38 maps and the importance of the decision you're about to undertake, we may not complete this in 5 or 6 hours tonight and then continue the discussion, which may be something that we do, but I'm trying to offer an opportunity to be a little more efficient in the discussion.
And the way to narrow down to the subset would be to use...
Correct, for each council member to mention a certain number of maps that they would like to discuss initially, and then we tally that publicly here for all the council members and say there are 12 maps that we initially think we should discuss, and if we want to discuss 12, great. If we want to lower that initially to even a smaller number, we can go through the tally sheet again with the 12 maps you selected to get down to 3, 4, or 5, and then we really deliberate over those until you decide to set them aside to move on to the next.
So if you did the tally system, it'd be public, then they could do the public hearing and they could discuss their thoughts on it, or how?
No, I'm just trying to set that process. If you agree to a process like that,
No. So I think you're saying that we have the public hearing to get the input, and
Just a minute, please, thank you.
Then you start that tallying.
Correct. So if you say, yes, that's the process we want to use, we then open the public hearing, and the public may say, I think that's a terrible idea. I think you should start from one map, go through all 38, and then go back and do the following. That's something you could hear from the public, and then you can weigh that in your decision after the public hearing closes and change the process you can undertake.
I'd almost rather now open the public hearing, let the members of the public come up, say whatever they want to say, for, against, or whatever their feedback is about whatever their thoughts are on the respective maps. Because as we narrow those down,
somebody.
I'd rather, yeah, if there's something that, there's an aha moment and all that, I'd rather then know that when I go to put my tally down. And so I think it'd probably be more fruitful to let the members of the public come say what they want to say, then we tally.
I agree. John?
Oh, yeah.
Okay. All right. Perfect. So we're going to go ahead and open up the public hearing. Mr. Calderon seems like he's ready to talk. Oh, no, Mr. Estrada's ready to talk.
Come up to the mic.
Relating to the process, I agree with you, that it doesn't do any good.
Mr. Calderon, could you come up to the mic, sir? Thank you. This way the public out there on television can see.
No, I was
you.
just speaking to the process, that I agree with you, that what good does it do if the council was going to discuss getting down to 7 and then having a hearing afterwards? The purpose of a hearing is for you to listen to maybe then come down to decide which 7 you agree with, and that you take into consideration what the public says. Otherwise, what good does it do for the public to speak after you've already decided?
I think most of this council agrees with you. All right. Okay, we're open for public hearing. Just please come up to the mic. If you would, mention your name for the record, and go for it. Hi, Mr. Estrada.
Mr. Mayor, members of the council, I'm David Estrada. Just a couple of points. The handouts from tonight, I haven't been able to look at them at all. I was wondering if they're going to be available online at some point so that I can check them out.
Mr. Estrada,
a lot of this information, like this analysis, is brand new to me. I haven't had a chance to review.
Okay, well, you're in the same boat as at least 4 of the 5 councilmen here are.
Right.
Okay, we had not seen it. This was produced by Councilman Everner and given us this tonight.
Okay.
So David, so over the past few days, I've been putting that together so I could myself figure stuff out, because I can't just look at this and say, oh, that looks good. So I figured there needed to be some more analysis, and so that's what I put together.
I can see you've been very thorough, Councilmember.
And I was just trying to share it with staff,
Right.
because there are some maps that I think could be tweaked, and you'll see the one that you like. If it has a certain number of tweaks, I would be very happy with it. But I have them down in black and white, so it's pretty clear as to what they are. But yeah, and I told Chris and everybody that if they want to provide it to the council and everybody in the public, that's fine with me. But it's sort of like an internal, here's my thought process thing. So I can be blamed for anything on here. You can, if you don't like it, then, or you do like it, then I'm the one.
Okay, so that would be my request if you would consider that. I'm here to draw your attention to the maps that a group of citizens and I submitted. Specifically, well, let me just read part of this. Our Latino Roundtable, Labor Council for Latin American Advancement, and the NAACP representatives made up of San Dimas residents have submitted our draft map 71564, and it was in your packet today as map 105. As an outcome of our collaboration with and the support of and technical assistance of the Mexican American Legal Defense and Education Fund, MALDEF, our proposal includes a configuration for a District 2 that serves the center of the city, comprised of east to west boundaries, with a shopping plaza on the west that includes Lowe's, Red Robin, fast food places, recreation establishments such as the bowling alley, etc., where residents congregate, shop, and eat. That follows Bonita East to other places that are highly used by residents in our city, including the library, City Hall, post office, and to West 5th Street and Gladstone on the north, which includes Extron Elementary School, attended by the children of our neighbors, and Merchant Park, that is used daily by the residents to the eastern boundary of North San Dimas Canyon Road and East Arrow Highway on the south. Now, this configuration reflects a prime example of the demographic changes that our city has gone through. Our configuration for District 2 includes 35.3% white, 44.2% Hispanic, 11.6% Asian, 6.3% Black, 1% Native American, and 2% Native Hawaiian Pacific Islander. The other districts, 1, 3, and 4, as situated in our configuration, similarly reflect the changing demographics of the city, the diversity of the city, and the growing Latino population. The configuration that we propose will thus allow for a more diverse participation of its residents, not only because of its moving from at-large districts, but also because of the capacity creation of structural elements that will allow for more participation of its diverse residents. As one of the members of our group whose family has resided in what we configured as District 2 explains, and I quote, "I have lived in the city of San Dimas for 26 years, and during that time, the demographics of the city have changed. I live in a neighborhood surrounded by this diversity, with Latino, African American, white, and Asian Pacific families living together on the same block." Close quote. There are Latino residents in our city whose generations date back to their work as farm laborers in our citrus industry right here in San Dimas. And in speaking with some of them, they do not want to move out because of this history and do see the need for a diverse representation that can advance the changing demographics of the city and its diverse history. It is with all this in mind that the Latino Roundtable, the Labor Council for Latin American Advancement, the NAACP representatives, who are all residents of San Dimas, sincerely propose this map. Thank you all for your time.
Mr. Mayor, if I may, while the next speaker's coming up, I just want to thank Mr. Estrada for making mention of the map number. And so for all the other speakers, so we can make notes on what maps were being represented, if you could just make mention of the specific map number, would appreciate that. Thank you.
Yes, my name is Jose Calderon. Lived in San Dimas for 26 years. I got it right, Rose. And the map I'm speaking to is, the ID number up there is 71564. I understood David to say it was map 105 in your packet. So I just want to follow up on what David Estrada said. The map that we're proposing is well balanced between the 4 districts. And using District R, District 1 is 8,462, District 2, 8,613, 8,630, District 3, 8,941, and District 4, 8,958. And this fits into the ideal, which is 8,755, with a maximum population deviation of 3.35%. And I could go through on each one of those districts, but every one of them is very similar in terms of the map we have presented, very similar to the percentages in the map that we have proposed. So for, again, for District 2, as I said before, it's 35.3% white, 44.2% Hispanic, 11.6% Asian, 6.3% Black, 1% Native American, and 2% Native Hawaiian Pacific Islander. And I'm not going to go through each one because I'd be here for quite a while, but District 3, District 4, District 1 all have similar percentages. In terms of income, the district, our tools that we've had to work with show that District 1, and that's right above District 2, toward the foothills, has a solid 75K and over socioeconomic level. At the upper levels, close to 100%. It isn't true that Villa Verde is the one that is the bluest. It is not. That's their argument. For District 2, it is true. It primarily includes areas 20 to 40% over 75K, with others up to 60%, with only a small number of areas up to 80% over 75K. For District 3, anywhere from 20% to 60% over 75K, and District 4 with large areas from 40 to 60% over 75K, with one area a deep blue, like District 1, with up to 100% over 75K. So there is a section of Villa Verde that we can say is upper socioeconomic level, which is an argument they're making that that area should be kept together because it's wealthy, and all the other areas, I guess, are lower socioeconomic levels, and that's what ties them together as a community, as a community of interest. I just want to say that our map was close to map 102. If you remember at the very beginning, when you had District R on the website, it only had two districts, maps, 101 and 102. And maybe you can clarify that later, consultant. But we understood that those were already maps that in one way or another the city was somehow proposing. So anyway, what we did with the Mexican American Legal Defense and Education Fund is we actually took map 102, which we liked, and we understood, that, maybe there's something there we can agree with map 102 at the beginning, and then connected it then somewhat to our proposal. So anyway, I just wanted to relate that, and then our statement that we included. Now, the Villa Verde group, I just wanted to relate this, had 3 comments that were allowed regarding to their map. And we thought, in fact, it says it would be appreciated and helpful if you included a statement. Well, David Estrada did turn in our statement very early, on time, and we don't understand why it wasn't included, and that's why today David got up and read that entire statement. So maybe someone can speak to that later on why our statement wasn't included. But let me just say this. Regarding the schedule, on the website, the city has 2 contradictory documents on the website. One is called upcoming hearings and workshops. That's one, and includes the following hearing dates: November 9th, 15th, 16th, and 23rd. The second document, by district elections, schedule of meetings, again on the website, has only 2 dates, November 9th and November 23rd. So it's important for us to know, will there be hearings on November 15th, 16th, and 23rd? This is important because we want to have time to discuss whatever map proposals you will make tonight, this evening, or whatever map proposals you're going to come up with. At the minimum, we need the November 23rd hearing date to be able to take whatever you decide tonight and compare our map and also for us to have the time then to compare our map proposal to the city council's proposal, and then be able to have time to argue if we disagree with your map. And that just doesn't include us. We are very serious with the Mexican American Legal Defense and Education Fund, the Southwest Voter Registration Project, that if we do not find that we are in agreement, we're willing to go all the way to continue the legal process. Now, just one last thing. The group from Villa Verde had their map and statement included, so 3 statements, okay? This is the Villa Verde and Pudding Stone group. And there is a section in one of them, and I'm going to quote, where it says, "Let it be noted that unfortunately, due to the sour grapes of a certain community member," and they named that community member, they put his initials, D.E., David Estrada, "we do not support the districting." They use sour grapes, attacking an individual in the community, and then they take a position. Now, the purpose of the comment section, as I understand, is to, quote, "describe a community of interest and not to share opinions, and particularly not use it to attack any community resident who might have an opinion." The purpose of District R2 also is to, quote, again, "submit maps of which the demographic consultant will generate demographic details of the proposed map. It does include that comments can be submitted and that also these comments, it's asked for, that they will be helpful. So that's why we don't understand why, our specific comments were not included. And it does say, it is helpful if you submit written comments for the purpose of describing the map and required criteria. And we really did that and didn't attack anyone and didn't make any opinions on whether we like the districting process or not. It is for, quote, "describing the specific neighborhood or communities of interest," and says nothing about being used to whether you support the district process or not, or whether it can be used to attack a person. This should have been caught by the demographic consultant to not allow it, because it does allow for a politicization of a process that all of you have said is neutral and certainly open to the public. So I'd just like to, really ask that in the future, that kind of commenting not be allowed. And also, I would like to urge the council very, very much to, at the minimum, hold that hearing on the 23rd, or decide in terms of the dates that it is going to have hearings on its website, because the decision you make, then we should have time to go over it, to compare maps, and then to come back and make a response. So thank you for your time.
Mr. Mayor, I know we may answer questions that were raised later on, but I was wondering if the dates could be clarified.
Yeah, I'm a little confused.
So the
on the dates
23rd
myself.
is the final date to adopt an ordinance for the districts, because that's our last regular scheduled meeting. And I asked that question because I thought we could have a special one before December 9th, but our city attorney pointed out correctly that we have to make that final decision on the 23rd. So there will be discussion at that point, but we have to make the final decision. Working backwards, we have to introduce the ordinance or the resolution, the ordinance, by November 17th.
Drop dead would be 17th.
17th. We have a special meeting scheduled on the 15th, not the 17th. We could move it to the 17th, but we have it scheduled on the 15th.
Tentatively scheduled.
Tentatively scheduled, if we need it, if we can't introduce something tonight. So what we're doing tonight is trying to get down, so ideally, if we had started this process a long time ago, we would have been getting down to one map tonight and adopted it, or introduced that ordinance. The thing is that we may or may not get down to one map tonight. And frankly, I'm pessimistic. But if we have a small number of maps at the end of the night, say there's 3, 4, 5, and in addition, there may be a couple maps where a council member may offer some tweaks to it, that might be also in the mix. Those maps would be discussed and considered on the 15th or at the very latest the 17th, so that we could get to one and introduce it. So really, we're talking about the 23rd is a date to go ahead and adopt the ordinance, but really that it's either tonight, the 15th, or at the very latest the 17th, when we have to get down to one map.
I couldn't have said it better myself. That's correct.
So this is, we're playing for all the marbles between now and our next tentative meeting.
And council member, if I may, just so everyone knows, on the website where we have the schedule posted, if you go to sandimasdistricts.org/schedule, and you'll see here we have for the remaining numbers that we have. So November 9th, we have stated the tentative for November 15th, and we have the November 23rd hearing posted. So sandimasdistricts.org/schedule.
And my only clarification there is, I think on the 23rd, we're not able to consider any maps that haven't been adopted or
yes,
decided on by the 17th at the very latest.
Yes, correct.
We have it there for the 15th, but so the 23rd is going to be an up or down vote on whatever we've decided previously.
On maps that have been published, and they need to be published at least 7 days prior to final adoption. So that's the reason why they have to. There's that time in advance.
Before the adoption or before the introduction?
Before the adoption.
Adoption, okay.
All right, any further questions? Sir?
Yes, I'll be speaking in reference to Plan 105. My name is Mike Suarez. I'm a member of the Latino Roundtable. Mayor and City Council, please take into consideration the City Council district map created by MALDEF, Mexican American Legal Defense and Education Fund. The largest ethnic population in San Dimas is Latino. It is better when your city council person knows the issues and problems that are in the geographical area that he or she represents. It is best when the person that represents you can identify with you ethnically and culturally. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Anyone else wishing to address the council?
Good evening, City Council. My name is Eric Nakano, lifelong resident of San Dimas. I come actually with a few questions that I wanted to address, ask the City Council. The first is I noticed that there are some notes in your analysis, and I wondered if you could clarify who did the analysis and how their notes were incorporated. So some, for example, I noticed that it says population imbalance. Well, I guess that's self-explanatory. But
what document are you?
I'm looking at the draft map analysis. So if you look on the far right, there's additional notes.
Is that the one you did, John?
That's completely created by one council member, Councilmember Ebner, and he brought that to the meeting.
Got it. Thank you for that clarification. The other thing that I noticed is that some of the maps that you're considering did leave out some population. Very small numbers. We're talking typically around 100 or less. And I wondered, in those cases, who would actually draw the map to include those missing population numbers if you were to approve it or consider it? And then other adjustments that would need to be made, what kind of a process would you enter into if you needed to consider a map, but it may have some issues with it, completing population and the rest? And I think that those are all the questions that I had. Oh, one last question is, were there any maps that were submitted after the deadline that were not that you were not able to consider? I'd love to know how many and what the circumstances were with those maps.
Okay, after we close the public hearing, I'll ask the city manager to address those issues.
Thank you. I forgot. I had one last question as well. Were there any maps that were submitted that were not through the tool, but through the other methods that Mr. Simonetti had shown us during his training? That was the last question.
Thank you.
Thank you very much for your time.
Okay, any further comments? Go ahead, ma'am, please.
Hi, I'm Rose Calderon, and I am a resident of San Dimas, 26 years. I was looking at this chart, which is very helpful, but I think you can probably knock down several of the plans because it looks like a group submitted several versions, or maybe I'm misunderstanding. So you can knock off some of them so you won't have 39 to review. Just telling you.
Thank you. I think you're right. Okay. Mr. Shirley?
Good evening, Mayor, City Council, staff, citizens of San Dimas. My name is James P. Shirley, and I'm a resident of San Dimas for the past 21 years. And I was just doing a little research on my own. San Dimas was established in 1887, which means it's been in existence for 134 years. And I think the city as a whole is benefited when there's adequate representation on the city council if the community and the demographics have changed to where we're now more diverse. And I'm looking at, here's an opportunity for the city of San Dimas to be a model city for others to follow in terms of making sure that if we have a diverse city, nationally we want to make sure that the representation is diverse. And we're going to have to, well, not necessarily have to, but we got to coexist not only in this city, but also in the world. And I think we are better when we're able to utilize the intellectual capital of all of our citizens. Now, we all know that whenever we're talking about a change, some people may embrace the change, some people may not embrace the change, but change is good. It may not seem like it at first, but it is. And I'm just happy to be still living, to be able to see something great I feel is going to happen within this city that's going to benefit all the citizens of this city, not just one particular group. And I think we all are going to be better. Our children, our grandchildren are going to be better. We're going to have a much better community. And I just ask that we, give serious consideration that, much prayer is provided as we discuss and exchange and analyze and review. And I'm just confident that we're going to make the right decision that's going to be in the mutual interest of all the citizens of San Dimas. Thank you.
All right. Any further comments? Seeing none, I'll close the public hearing.
Can I address the question about population imbalance?
Let's go ahead.
Yeah, so my understanding is that if the maximum deviation is more than 10%, we can't consider the map. Is that correct?
You can't consider it without, you can consider it if you tweak the map, correct. But okay. Yes, it's a 10%, and it's a 10% from the largest district to the smallest district, right, as we had discussed.
And that number was someplace on the website and on the printouts. But yeah, that's what happened on that particular map. So the deviation was like 11 point something %. So when I was, as you know, there's 38 maps. And so when I was looking at them, I figured since that deviation was so much, I'll leave it to somebody else to tweak it, but that's why that's just a comment there, saying population imbalance.
If I may, Mr. Mayor, there were some questions asked during the public hearing that we were going to answer. And to the consultant, Jeff Simonetti, were there any maps submitted outside of District R?
Not that I'm aware of, no.
Were there any maps submitted after the deadline of the 1st of November?
I don't believe so.
And how do you address missing populations that may be on a map or multiple maps?
Yeah, so there are a couple of maps in here that have, again, very small populations that weren't included. There's areas where you may have a very small part that was missed. If it's not something that's going to affect the population balance, but it's a map that you want to consider, and it's clear that it's an area that I missed tagging that particular area. That's something we can take direction on, and you can give us direction to say we like XYZ map, but make sure that those tweaks get taken care of, and that's something that we can do in between now and the next hearing.
Well, and if it's simple enough, we could even have it fixed tonight, and the council can not adopt, but introduce the ordinance with that map tonight, since it's a very simple revision.
And in terms of, since the map that was discussed during the public hearing by multiple individuals is 105, there are 46 residents that are not accounted for in those maps. But there's a button that is called Highlight Unassigned Units, and when you click on that button, you will notice on the screen of those maps that those two areas very clearly are within defined districts that in order to comply, it would be contiguous. The intent appears to be that one is in the yellow and one is in the light green, and that was the intent behind that. And so the council could decide, if this is the map they're selecting, to accept that map and forward it with those minor amendments to include those missing 46 residents within those respective contiguous districts and proceed. They don't necessarily have to hold this map over, make the changes, post it, and then go back and wait a week before it can consider it. And then the last question I can answer: who conducted the analysis of the spreadsheet? That was provided by Councilmember John Ebner tonight. It's not reflective. It's not the official staff position or the council's on it. I think it was a tool that Councilmember Ebner presented. And I think that ends the questions. And I'll turn it to Jeff.
Sorry, just one more thing, just to clarify that Mr. Calderon, a member of the public who spoke about a statement that was submitted that was not included on the website. It's because that it was submitted by email separately by Mr. Estrada, and I responded to Mr. Estrada when he submitted that, letting him know that the statement would be included in the public record, in the record of the public hearing tonight, and that the city clerk would distribute it to the entire council, and it was distributed, as I understand, to the entire council.
And thank you for reminding me, there's other issues that were raised about public hearing dates. We issued public hearing notices with multiple dates to ensure we complied with the timing requirement of those dates. We legally needed to hold 4 public hearings, and the last hearing of the council, which was the second meeting in October, was that 4th public hearing that met the legal standard. And then you had the public hearing of tonight. You have the public hearing of the 23rd, which is the last date of adoption prior to the deadline of going to the county. And then we had originally, and we published in the public hearing notice, November 15th, 16th, and 17th. Not knowing at the time what schedule that would work for the council for those meetings. So we wanted to ensure that we met the legal requirement of posting the notice in the newspaper for those 3 dates. But until the council issues the agenda and solidifies the date of the meeting, there isn't a meeting that this council is obligated to have. However, the council can have a meeting any one of those days, 2 of those days, or all 3. But based on the council schedule, November 15th, Monday, was the date that allowed the entire council to be in attendance for 6th public hearing. And so we put that on the schedule on the website that shows November 15th as tentative. Should the council not be able to make a decision today, that at least we were telegraphing to the public on the San Dimas district site where you go to submit your maps or get information, that it's November 15th that we tentatively are looking to if we need to continue the conversation. And I think that answers any of the concerns that were raised.
All right. I think we're going to have probably a lengthy conversation. So at this time, I'm going to take a 10-minute break before we jump into this discussions. 10 minutes. We're reopening the city council meeting.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Now that the public hearing is closed, it's time for the council to deliberate. And as we discussed at the beginning, it may be prudent for the council to first establish what process you want to engage with. But I should say that the items that we have to discuss are, we have 38 maps to consider. Those maps may be revised to some extent, to some extent minor, to some extent if they're larger, we may have to re-show the maps and do this at a future meeting. And then we have to decide, if a map is selected, we then have to decide on the sequencing of each district, which districts will go on the June 2022 election and which districts will go in the 2024. And so those are the items that we have to try to get through. I mentioned earlier of one possible approach to do a selection is to use a tally sheet or a voice vote where we can tally which maps you'd like to consider first in a tranche, and we can get through those maps. And so if you pick, for example, 5 maps on your first tranche, what we'll do is we'll put each map on the screen, and I believe that gets telecast out to the public. We will walk through those maps, discuss the population distribution and deviation. We'll talk about the voting population demographics of those maps, and then any other issues that might be something for the council to consider. We'll walk through all 5 of those maps, and then we'll hand it back to the council to deliberate on those 5 maps. And in the deliberation, the council can decide we like a map and a majority will select it. The council can decide, we like a map, but we like to continue on with additional maps, so can we put this in let's consider this pile again with the next tranche or later and get a pile of things we really like and talk about that final list, or any other way you want to classify those. Throw out the maps, for example, and don't come back to them. And so what I would like to get from the council is direction on how you would like to proceed.
I think just one thing to clarify with, I guess, the council, just to see what thoughts are. When we talked about this last time and we were talking about the prospect of tackling a lot of maps, one of the things that we talked about was that many were going to follow the same theme. And I don't know if these were arranged in any particular order in our stack here by theme, or was it just in the order in which they were received?
So you will notice that one of those maps is out of order, map 102. That was grouped. The first few maps are a different similarity than map 102 and the ones coming afterwards. A large percentage of them have the southern part of the city, Puddingstone and Villa Verde, combined as one district. But a lot of those maps also, the differences between the maps are very minor. A lot of those maps have a lot of missing residents, ranges I think as low as 26 in one case, is as high as 100, and I can't remember the number. And so I don't know if those were drafts that were submitted that weren't intended to be real maps to be considered, or they're all a variant. Although the recommendation was to group the maps, I do need to highlight that with 38 maps, if 20 maps were grouped in a certain way, it doesn't necessarily mean that that is the community interest the entire community would deem the community of interest. Because if I submit to you 20 maps myself out of 38, it doesn't mean that the public has spoken and said that is the district. That consideration is something the council has to determine. And so you have the public hearing input, you have the perspectives of the council members that you can decide, we believe this area is a community interest that should be retained together, and utilize that type of information and make a decision on the map, but realizing that your primary consideration on the map are the requirements of the California Voter Right and Federal Voting Right Act in that consideration.
Well, Mayor, our council, I would propose, in the interest of time and efficiency, that perhaps we should tally 4 to 6 maps each that we would consider or consider, and give it to staff, let them tally it up and see where there's interest, and if we can all, if there's a threshold, minimum 2 or 3 council members that are interested in a particular map, that we keep it on the board and we go through the discussions. I don't know what everybody's
All right, so we're going to, go ahead, John.
I'd say just say with a voice, not a vote, but a voice, because not really going to be a secret ballot. I mean, somebody's going to have to say who did what.
Let me clarify, yes, it would have to be a voice vote. So if this is the direction we go, what we'll put up on the screen is the tally sheet that shows all 38 maps and the 5 council members. And we would ask each council member to identify those maps in this first tranche we want to consider, and we will tally them there live. And then from there, tally up the totals, and you could start with, I guess, the most popular map in that consideration or the least popular to get through after we present all those maps.
Okay.
So if you're going to do that, you should choose how many tallies each council member is going to get. Like, is it going to be 4 or is it going to be 6?
I'd say, I'm interested in 6.
Yeah, I'd say more rather than less.
Okay. Understanding that if each council member picks a map that only one council member picks, you will end up with 30 potentially, but we can deal with that at that point.
Okay, but you don't have to throw 6 on. You can throw.
Correct.
Say, this is my choice, and that's it, right? Dennis, you okay with 6?
Okay, so,
Yeah.
so.
All right, so.
We'll throw the tally sheet online, and we'll go from one council member to the other, and we'll pick up to 6 tallies for this first round.
Super, we'll go with Dennis first.
The other thing I want to make clear before we start this is, let's say one of the maps got 5 tallies, like every council member chose that map, like say map 114. If every council member chose that, that doesn't mean that map is automatically adopted right now. That just means that's going to be one of the ones that you'll
That's going to be one of the ones that we're going to discuss.
This is kind of just to eliminate some maps.
Huh?
It's to eliminate maps as opposed to seeing which one is the most popular.
All right.
So just so I'm clear, is staff gonna go map 101, Dennis, Eric, Emmett, John, Ryan, 102? Are we gonna go each one, or?
We'll go council member Bertone, which up to 6 maps would you like to select?
Okay.
You want me to start?
Please.
This is difficult because so many of them are so similar. It doesn't mean that I would not consider any that I'm not giving. These are just 5. Starting with 105, 110, 127, and 128. And 131.
Dennis, could you
Those are
repeat
my
those?
5.
Could you repeat those, please?
Yeah, 105, 110, 127, 128, and 131.
You have a 6th one?
No.
5, okay. Eric?
If I could go last, that'd be great. I got to go back through with the information from our consultant that, really what matters is not the percentage of the Hispanic population, but the voting age percentage. I want to make sure that I'm choosing those that really
Does that percentage change daily every time somebody has a birthday?
It's 2020 census.
No, it's a spotlight in time, basically. So at the 2020 census.
All right, we're going to come back to Eric. I think we're at a dinner table or something here. John?
There's 2 maps that I would consider, or that like Dennis, there were a lot of great maps. And in my selections, unfortunately, Bill and Ted's Most Excellent Map Dude is not on the list. It was a great one to look at, though. And like Eric and everybody's saying, and Dennis, is that I would be open to other maps, too, besides the ones I'm going to say. So 127 and 128 are 2 I would be okay with without modification. However, I don't know if a note can be made. There are 2 others that, with a very small tweaks, could be also great maps. And one is 110.
Okay, is that 110 you're putting in there?
Yeah.
One of your six?
But I would, there's like about two or three movements of a couple of blocks, one way or the other, to, I have to look at my notes to see what they were for, but for now, so 110 and 120, also same thing with tweaks. 105, I'll put on the list, but the modifications are a little bit more on that I would suggest. But just to keep it in the ballgame, I'd put 105.
So there's 127, 128, 110 with modifications, 120 with modifications, and 105 with modifications.
And since I have a sixth vote, I guess I'll put 131 as another one, again with modifications.
And then a sixth one of 131.
Okay. Okay, Ryan?
I'm going to do, and I'll preface that with saying that I spent quite a bit of the weekend going through this and spreading the maps all over my living room and going through the data. So I definitely applaud everybody that participated in this process and submitted these maps for consideration. I think a lot of people put a lot of thought into it and had some fun learning about different areas of the community, which was interesting when you kind of look at and try and think about the logic people used behind it and hearing from folks about it. That being said, I'm going to select 101, 106, 110, 127, 131, and 133.
Are you ready to order the...
So I guess I imagine this going a little differently than just picking these and discussing just a select few. I do like 101. Specifically because it keeps the areas pretty contiguous, population's pretty balanced, and it's got a high percentage of voting age population by race in number 3, or District 3. I think 112 would be one to talk about. 115. One 27. $131. Yes.
You have 5 at this point.
Well, 138.
138?
Yeah, 138.
So we have 101, 112, 115, 127, 131, and 138. Is that correct?
Bingo.
I thought we were ordering 2 cheeseburgers.
Yeah.
All right? I had a lot to say about each one of these, but I'm just going to give you a number and move forward here. 101, 102.
Wait, go ahead.
101, 102, 105, 109, 128, and 131.
So that will be 101, 102, 105, 109, 128, and 131.
Right.
Okay. So we'll tally that up. I think we ended up with 14 maps, but we'll cut the count here. So we can just count that up. I think it's 14. Is that 14?
I would move that we eliminate all maps or exclude from consideration all maps that don't have 3 or more council members that expressed interest, and that pains me because I liked 133.
That far right now. I mean, eliminating the other 20 maps or whatever it is probably going to get us down. I mean,
are we going to go through every map where there's one council member? I'm willing to sacrifice the ones that I'm by myself on.
Yeah, I think that if a council member thinks that it was worthy of it, then we should probably talk about it.
We have 14 maps.
I think there might be something to look at each one. You know, to me, when I was selecting those, I went through and tried to pick out the ones that had at least 40% Hispanic voting age population in each district or higher. So if any of those have a 40% or lower would be my number, or if we wanted to pick another number, or select each one of these maps and decide which have the highest number, because that's the whole goal of this exercise, and make our decision based on that. I think that might be fruitful. Just a suggestion, though.
Yeah, I agree with that. When I reviewed the maps, my base threshold was minimum 40% Latino or Hispanic voting age population. And so if we wanted to go through and filter these maps to exclude all maps that do not rise to that minimum threshold, I'd support that, if that's what you're suggesting.
Yeah, I think that'd be a good suggestion. And 40%, I think, is a very easy number to meet based on the maps that I was playing around with.
Do any of the maps that are of the 14 go under the threshold of 40?
Can we bring those up and take a look at them?
We can. So I think what we talked about is the maps you would identify. We would go through all of them to do the demographics, and we can go through all of that. But it sounds like now you want to potentially modify that process.
I'd like to see them all to see.
All right, I'll withdraw the motion.
Only because
second.
that analysis.
We're talking about all 14.
Yeah, all 14. Okay. Only because, again, my analysis, is limited, and the voting age, I didn't focus in on that, and because I figured we were doing population. That's often how these things are actually figured out, but voting age is fine, but it'd be good to see of all the maps which ones fall below that threshold.
We're trying to just take the document and forward it off so I can start going through it.
Well, I happen to have organized all of mine. I could probably tell you pretty quickly which ones are under 40%, because that's how I arrived at some of that filtering, but we'll go through it. Yes, I did. Yes, yep.
You know what, don't worry about email it to me. We'll just we'll go sequentially in order, call out the map, and I'll go through we'll throw up the map and I'll go through the demographics. So I think the first one is map 101. We'll pull that up on District R. And if we can go to data layers and activate the show numbering for painted districts. And then back to population and toggle the highlight unassigned units. In this case, we don't have any, but I want to do that for all of them. So here we have the 4 districts with a population deviation of 2.99%. All the population is included in the colored shaded districts. The populations for districts range from 8,975 in the blue district, District 1, as on the high end, to the low of 8,493 in the yellow district, District 2. In terms of the voting age population, we have from districts 1 to 4, a white population at the highest at 49%, and District 4, which is in the north side of town. In terms of Hispanic population, highest population is 41.3% in District 3, which is the teal, that is the downtown. And in the Asian population, 22.9% of the highest, which is District 1, which is the southwest of the city, which is the Villa Verde area.
So I might just point out, for sake of consideration when we go through this, council, so when I did my analysis, my 2 main points was looking at the voting age for the Hispanic population and its representation in a district, and then also looking at the max population deviation. So as we go through these, you know, at least in my analysis, the 6 that I had selected all had to deal with equitable distribution of population among the districts, as well as achieving the highest possible Hispanic voting population in a specific district. Thanks.
All right. Jeff, is there anything else you want to add to that description?
No, I think you covered this one.
Okay.
Just because we may not, some of these we may not see again. This one we probably will, but I wanted to point out, can you go to the population tab, actually? That this one, as far as allowing room for growth for the housing element sites, is actually a pretty good one, because in District 2, there's a few sites in there, and so that's a place to grow. District 3 probably has a little bit too many people, because that's where the preponderance of the housing element sites are. So this district would grow, District 3 would grow a lot faster than the rest of the districts. It's not really a problem, because you're probably still within the deviation, but just knowing that is a consideration.
Right, and I agree with John's analysis that District 4 will actually grow with the Brasada project as well. So with the estimated 70 homes times 2 people per household, that's approximately 170 potential voters that would move into that area. So you'd see population growth within the existence of this district map.
Absolutely, and there's maybe 12 or 1,600 units in the areas that I was talking about before. Yep. So that's a lot of other people.
Yep.
Any other considerations we want to add to that discussion?
The other thing I'll point out on this particular map while we're at it, and it's an easy tweak on this, but we heard from a bunch of people that thought that the Villa Verde had a closer affinity with the Pudding Stone Hills area than it did with the folks across Walnut Creek in the Manchester, Scarborough, Wellington, Gainsborough, that area that's blue on the kind of the west side of the city. So, I mean, you could easily tweak that But I think, and in doing so, the population is about the same. I mean, it doesn't throw your numbers out of whack, but it would take things from 2 in Benelli Park and Pudding Stone Hills and put them into District 1, and then take that western part north of Mesa Rica and take it out of 1 and put it in District 2. So that's just something to consider to make that a little bit more a lot of people in Villa Verde seem to say that, but anyway.
So explain again, John.
So, Jeff, you're on District R, right? And you know what I'm talking about, right? To make all of those ones where your hand is right now orange. You don't have to save it, so you can do it without saving it. Yep, all those down to...
So including this area as well?
Yeah, everything there, yeah, all that. You might want to, unless you're pretty accurate there, that's good. I usually had to go down to like a...
I didn't figure out till Sunday you could just hold the mouse down.
Yeah.
I was clicking every
One more there. Okay, and then move everything, start with Benelli Park at the south end and go so you can stop at a certain point. Basically going to stop at Tiburon, or we're going to include Tiburon, but since you may not know where Tiburon is, so go ahead, yeah, you're going to make those.
So this area we're adding to the blue district?
District 1. Yeah.
Got it.
Going. Can you make your brush size a little smaller so you can, zooming in doesn't really affect it. It's the brush size up in there where it's 20 now. It should be down to 5 or 6 or 1 or something like that. There you go. Yeah, go ahead. Just take all of that and put it in 1.
Are you including Tiburon?
I am including Tiburon, so when he gets up there, though, I'm going to have to tell him where to stop. So go up a little higher. And, yep. Okay. It's right where that jagged line is. Right. Well, keep going. There. There. That's good. Okay. Over to your right. There. There. Okay, that's as high as you're going to go, and just fill in the orange spaces there. And you'll see that the population, the deviation may even be better. I don't know, it's 198. At that point, I think it started out as 2.99, actually. So if I'm looking at the right one. And that is more in keeping with what the Villa Verde folks, anyway, have said is their community. So you're not going to save that, but that's a suggestion for making that map more palatable to a whole bunch of people down in that area.
If I may just interject, and it's a great discussion. I think this is fabulous because we're using the tool, we're going through it. But if we're going to do that on every map as we go through this, we're really looking at a significantly long meeting. So the question for the council is, do we want to just go through the demographics all the way through and then come back? And then we could say, hey, can we go back starting with map number 102 or 101 and then start going to this level? Because I'm not sure if we're going to do this for every single map. And so I just want to make sure that's the process.
I wanted to do it for one map, Chris, because the logic is the same for every single map that happens to, if we want, and that's a decision the council has to make, whether we like this community for Villa Verde or the original one in 101. So you could go either way. I mean, when I drew a map, it was that other way, but I also drew a map like this. So, but one of the major decisions we have to make as to what constitutes the Villa Verde community. And it's not all about wealth, let me tell you. There's plenty of people in Villa Verde that don't make a lot of money, but so, yeah.
No, I don't make a lot of money.
Yeah, I know.
I'd like to just, let's get through the maps, get the population, voting age, deviation, and then, I mean, is it considered, I mean, basically anything we do would be introducing a new map, right? If we did anything different tonight, other than consider the maps that are before us right? Even tweaking basically is like a new map, right, for the purpose of consideration and process?
Yeah, but you could do a simple tweak tonight and introduce it, and then we'd come back on the 23rd to adopt it.
Okay, cool.
Well, I think the definition of simple means, that's the problem. I understand where John's going with this, okay, but that seems to be a massive tweak. So whatever we're talking about simple.
I think if we were, since we have this map up on the screen and it's population balanced, and this is a revision that we could make tonight. But if it was something more complex, like council wanted to send it back to staff to do some analysis or come up with a whole brand new map, then we would have to bring that back on the 15th to introduce.
Since we have this up, could we take a look at the demographics?
So as you can see here, 41.3% in District 3, the downtown area for Hispanic, 49% in District 4 on the north end for white, and 22.5% for Asian in District 1, which is the Villa Verde Puddingstone area. And it had a 1.98%, I think, deviation if we flip back to population.
When we change the colors, or when we change the maps, those particular areas, does that automatically change the numbers?
Correct. As you change the colors, as you make blue different census tracts, it will automatically change the demographic breakdown, and as the number of voting population changes in each district from the highest to the lowest, it will change the max population deviation.
All right.
Okay, so we'll move on to map 102. So we'll turn on the layer for districts.
This is 102?
This is map 102. Map 102 has a population distribution of 3.68%, with the largest district as District 2 with 9,039 residents. District 2 is the far west side of the central part of the city, including part of the downtown, or a sliver of the commercial area of the downtown. The demographic, there are no unassigned population in this map. The demographic, voting demographic would be highest white population of 45.5% in District 3, which is the north side of town and a sliver of the west side of downtown, with a Hispanic population highest in District 3, that same district, at 36.4%. And the highest Asian population would be the southernmost district of Villa Verde and Puddingstone at 22.1%. The next map. This one.
Does that fall below your threshold then?
I believe it's 105, but if you could, it's 105. Okay, thank you.
It wasn't even close to 40%.
105?
I agree that we need to stay, right, or I want to stay at 40% or more. And quite honestly, I was the only one that put 102, so that was, I'm the only one that put 102, so I'll withdraw that with no problem.
Yeah, if we can just get through the maps, because I want to make sure that the public and the record definitely shows that we've walked through 14 maps. We can go through and we can decide, do we want to just eliminate maps completely at that point, and then that's where 102 can be eliminated. And then what's left is that we can then deliberate and or make adjustments to those maps until a majority of the council feels comfortable. And then at that point, you could decide, is that the map, or do we continue with the deliberation with a new tranche of maps?
So what you're trying to say is hold our comments until you're done going through all these maps.
I'm trying to be consistent in the process and making it efficient to get through, but I recognize that it's the council that has to decide what are the key factors you want to consider and what map you want is in and what map is out.
Okay.
So map 105 has a population distribution of 3.35. There are 46 residents not accounted for, so I'd ask that we do the highlighted unassigned units. Those unassigned populations clearly appear in clear delineated districts to be contiguous, so if we include those in that area, that's a minor tweak. The highest district is District 4 on the southern end with 8,958 residents, with the smallest district on the far north side at 8,462. In terms of the voting age demographics, the highest percentage of white voters would be in the northernmost district, District 1, at 49.2%. The largest Hispanic population would be in District 2, which is the corridor downtown of Bonita at 41.2%, and the largest Asian population would be District 4 at 22.1% on the southernmost part of the city, Villa Verde and Puddingstone. Yeah, the next map. The next map will be 106. .106 has a population distribution of a deviation of 1.83%, with the largest district being the downtown core and west side of the core and commercial areas at 8,915. And the smallest district would be the south of Arrow Highway around the core throughout east and west of the city at 8,626. There are no unassigned residents on this map. Our voting age demographic would show the highest percentage of white voters at 48.3% in District 4, which is the northernmost portion of the city with a sliver of the east side of the central part of the city. The highest population concentration of Hispanics will be 40.8% in District 1, which includes the downtown core and west, and including the commercial areas to the border of the city on the west side. And the highest Asian population is 23.2% in District 3, which is the southern portion of the city of Villa Verde and Puddingstone. The next map will be map 109. If we can use highlighted unassigned, thank you. Map 109 includes a population distribution of 4.88%. There are 140 residents that are not accounted for in this map. From this distance, they generally fall with, or could fall within very delineated contiguous districts, but we would have to look a lot closer to see, do they clearly fall in a district, or is it a question, does it fall in one district or the other? The highest population is in the northern part of the city at 8,973. That includes a sliver of the east side of the city's core. The smallest district is District 1 at 8,328, which will be the far west side of the city along Bonita and west side of Arrow Highway. The demographic voting breakdown would show the highest concentration of white in the District 1 at 44%. That's on the west side of the city. The highest concentration of Hispanic would be 38.4%. District 2, which would be the central core, going down from Foothill and hitting San Dimas Avenue on the south side. The highest concentration of Asian population will be 22.5% in District 4, which would be the southern part of town, Villa Verde and Puddingstone. The next map will be 110. .110 includes a population deviation of 1.47%. There are no residents not accounted for in the colored areas of the map. The largest district would be 8,881, which will be the downtown core going east until the city's boundary. The smallest sized area would be District 2 at 8,626, which would be central core but south of Arrow Highway, going from the west side of the city boundary to the east side of the city boundary. The demographic breakdown would be the highest concentration of white would be 48%, which would be District 4, which is the northern portion of the city with a sliver that comes down along the western border of the city all the way down to, I don't know that street, I think it's about at the center line of the city. The highest concentration of Hispanic would be 40%, which would be District 1, which is the downtown core going east until the city boundary, and the highest concentration of Asian will be 23.2%, District 3, which would be the south side of the city, Villa Verde and Puddingstone. The next map is 112. 112 has a population deviation of 5.83%. All residents are accounted for in the shaded areas of the map. The largest district would be 8,974, which would be District 4, which would be the west side of the center part of the city, from the boundary of the city to approximately Arrow Highway. The smallest district would be District 3, 8,245, which would be the southern portion of the downtown core from around Arrow Highway going north to the center of the core. The demographic distribution would show the highest concentration of white population being 49.8% in District 2, which is the north side of town. The highest concentration in Hispanic would be 41.7% in District 3, which would be the downtown core or a portion of the core going east to the city boundary. And the highest concentration of Asian population is District 1 at 22.1%, which would be the southern part of town, Villa Verde and Puddingstone. The next map will be map 115. 115 has a max population deviation of 1.86%. All residents are accounted for in the shaded areas, with the largest district being 8,787, which would be District 1 on the southern portion of the city, Villa Verde and Puddingstone, with the smallest district being 8,592, which would be District 3, which would include the southern portion of downtown core down to about Arrow Highway going east until the city boundary.
Which number is this?
This is 115.
115?
In terms of the demographic breakdown, the highest concentration of white is 49.8%, which is District 2. That will be the northern part of the city coming down to the northern side of the downtown core. Highest concentration of Hispanic is 41.4% in District 3, which would include the southern portion of the downtown core down to Arrow Highway and going east until the city boundary. Highest concentration of Asian is 22.3% in District 1, which is the southern portion of the town, Puddingstone and Villa Verde. The next map is 120. .120 has a population distribution deviation of 2.57%. There are 22 residents that are not accounted for in the map. So if we look at the unassigned units, we'll find that those residents fall squarely within one area on the southern portion of the district. So the presumption would be that's where those residents should be. It should not make a material effect on the data that we have to now analyze. If we can add the district numbers. The largest district would be District 4 at 8,961. That is the northern part of town with a sliver coming down the downtown on the east side of town. The smallest district would be District 2 at 8,530, which would be the west side of the city's core. The demographic breakdown for voting age population would have the highest concentration of whites at 45%, which would be District 2 on the far west side of town. Highest concentration of Hispanics would be 39%, which would be District 1, which would include the west side of the downtown core and commercial area going northwest to the boundary of the city. Highest concentration of Asian population will be 22.5%, District 3, which would be the southern part of town, Villa Verde and Puddingstone. The next map will be map 127. 127 has a population deviation of 1.83%, with the largest district being District 1 at 8,915. That district is the west side of the downtown core going all the way to the west side boundary of the city. The smallest district would be District 2 at 8,602, which would be the southern portion of the core south of Arrow Highway going from the far west of the city boundary to the small sliver of the east. The demographic breakdown would show the highest concentration of whites at 48.3% in District 4, which is the northern part of the city with the eastern sliver of the downtown core. Highest concentration of Hispanic is District 1 at 40.8%, which would be the west side of the district core commercial area going all the way west to the city boundary. Highest concentration of Asian would be 22.4% in District 3, which is the southern portion of the city, Villa Verde and Puddingstone. Map 128 is the next map, which would show a population deviation of 2.09% with all residents assigned to the shaded areas. We have the largest district as District 3 at 8,938, the southern portion of town, Villa Verde and Puddingstone, and the smallest district at 8,609, which would be the west side of the downtown core going to it looks like about Arrow Highway to the northwest border of the city. In terms of the demographic breakdown, the voting age population would have the highest concentration of whites at 44.7% in District 4, which is the north side of the city and the eastern side of the downtown core, with the largest Hispanic population at 38.6% in District 1, which would be the west side of the city core going to the northwest boundary of the city. The largest concentration of Asian is 22.1% on the southern part of town, which is Villa Verde and Puddingstone. Map 131. Map 131 has a population deviation of 1.34%, with the largest district being District 1, which is 8,847, which is the west side southwest side of the city, which is the Villa Verde area, with the smallest district being District 2 at 8,638, which would be the southeast side of the city, District 2, the Puddingstone area, coming north into the portion of the southern portion of the downtown core. The demographic breakdown would show the highest concentration of white population at 49%, District 4, which would be the north side of town with a portion of the northeast side of the downtown core. The largest Hispanic population would be 41.4%, District 3, which would be the west side of the downtown core going west to the city boundary. Highest concentration of Asian would be 23.1%, which would be District 1, the southern western portion of the city, which would be Villa Verde. 133. And I think the last map is 133.
And Chris, if I may just make mention here, so the maps 101 through 131 are population balanced. 133 and I believe 138 were the ones that were potentially selected. These are not population balanced, and I can explain why. So District R does a slightly different determination of population deviation versus the way that it's done here in California. So the population deviation is taken from the difference between the largest district and the smallest district, and that has to be under 10%. This one is right on the line. It's right at basically 10%. So it could be modified and with a slight tweak. And also it's technically contiguous, but there is some slight contiguity issues here because it's just a right here, as you can see, there's just a little piece of road that connects this area. So just wanted to flag those before we make take a look at that.
Jeff, and can you explain why then, as we're looking at District R, max population deviation shows at 5.07%? What does that exactly mean when it compares to the 10%?
Yeah. So the way that District R makes their determination of population deviation, it's whatever the largest is, either over or under the ideal. So as you can see, it's saying that this is 5.08%. This one, the orange district that's 9157 is 5.08% above the ideal. When we're talking about population deviation, it's whatever the largest district is minus the smallest district. That has to be under 10%. This one, as I mentioned, I flagged this for two reasons. Number one, it's right on the line there. It's right around 10%, and then having this concern here too with just having this area just connected by this road. There's could potentially be an issue with contiguity.
And you know, that could be easily solved by taking a part of Benelli Park that doesn't have any people in it, just a lot of nice trails, and then it wouldn't look like it was just that road. But you know, I think I don't know if it's the reason they did it, but the census tracts have a lot of, if it's a major road or freeway, the road or freeway itself will be a census tract for the purposes of connecting things like this. And I'm not arguing for this map, I'm just saying that it's kind of it's the same community in the sense that it's along Walnut Creek, right? And sure. As part of Via Verde is. So that's what would make it a community.
Understood. The main reason why I flagged it is the population balance issue.
Yeah, good point. So what did you add? So in this sense, District R says the one is 5.08 above the ideal.
Yes.
And the other one is probably about 5 percentage points below the ideal. You add them together. Okay, got it.
So we have a max population deviation of 5.8%, which we note that the overall deviation exceeds the 10%, which is required. All residents are accounted for in the shaded district areas. The largest district would be District 4 at 8,964, which would represent the downtown, the southern portion of the downtown core going from east to west along the Bonita corridor. The smallest district would be District 3 at 8,310, which would be the northern part of the city and the northern part of the downtown. The demographic breakdown would show that the highest voting concentration of whites would be at 49.9%, which is District 3, the northern part of town and the northern part of the downtown. Highest concentration of Hispanic at 40.3%, which is District 4, which is the central downtown core from east to west of the city boundary. And the largest concentration of Asian population would be 22.9%, District 1, which is majority southern west portion of the city of Putty Stones, with a little bit just north of that on the west side of the city. And 138 will be the last map, which is also a map that is not population balanced and shows a max population deviation of 5.53%, with all residents considered in one of the shaded districts. The largest district at population of 9,239 is District 1 on the southern portion of the city, both Via Verde and Puddingstone, and the smallest district, District 2 at 8,389, which is the west side of the central part of the city, to the central boundary to about the Arrow Highway area. The demographic breakdown of voting each population for whites shows the highest concentration at 49.8%. The northern part of the city, including the northern part of the central core, and the largest population of 41.4% of Hispanic is in District 3, which is the southern portion of the downtown core from about Arrow Highway going east until the city boundary. The largest concentration of Asian population will be District 1 at 21.6%. That would be the southern portion of the city, both Via Verde and Puddingstone. So that summarizes the 14 maps that the council has selected. And so with that, I'll turn it back to the mayor for consideration. We could consider just eliminating some maps completely to lower the 14 to a smaller subset, in which case we can go one by one on the smaller subset and go into the details of discussion. And if the map is okay as is, we can move on to the next map, or if you want to propose, this is a good map, if you make these minor tweaks, we could do that also. I'll leave it to the pleasure of the council.
All right. Does anyone have any clear choices that they want to make? Not of maps, but how you want to handle these maps?
The ones that are not population balanced, and there were, I think, 2 in our one.
Yeah, there's just 2.
The only thing I would say about those is, and I'm okay with the 2, or, yeah, 2, okay, 133 and 138. I'm okay with eliminating those, but if we could take a couple people voted for them, and I just want to make sure I want to make sure we are sure about what we're doing. And maybe those who voted for them might take a look at them on the screen, and then see if there's anything you want to do about that population imbalance. I mean, if you like the map.
I could say, I'm the one that picked 138, and I could say that it's very similar in shape and size to some other maps that are population balanced, so I'd be comfortable just taking that off the table.
And I took 133. I'm fine removing it from consideration.
Okay.
Great. Okay, so we will remove maps 133 and 138 from consideration in this round. I guess the other question would be, are there any other maps that somebody would propose just for removal from discussion?
I would propose 102 and 102 and 109.
And I, too, will propose 106 be removed, and I think that's the only other one where I'm by myself, so that's right.
So the maps that are identified for removal will be 102, 106, and 109, and then we already have 133 and 138, so is there any opposition to those?
I would also say 112. The population deviation was higher than I'd like to see, and there were some better maps with a lower population deviation, so I'd be okay removing that one.
Can I just see 112 real quick? I know that, Eric, can I see the map real quick? And I'm
Let's
thinking
do
of
map
that
112.
growth. I'm thinking of that growth potential. I don't have it up in front of me, but if, for example, the deviation is such that the one that's really low happens to be where all the housing element sites are, but I don't know that off the hand. Could we bring it up real quick?
So we'll get to, let's pull up map 112.
Yeah, 112.
A population deviation of 5.83 as the max population deviation.
See, on this map, can you zoom in a little bit on that district with the smallest population, which is the downtown district?
Yeah, the
green
kind of
district?
teal colored one?
The teal one, yeah. Sure. Okay, great. Now, to solve a little bit, so just as a consideration, even though the population balance is a high imbalance, it's not too bad to have that particular district a little low, because every single housing element site except the one between Arrow Highway and the 57. So with a tweak there, you could take that and easily make this entire district have all the housing element sites, and you're going to have 3,000 more people in there in the next few years. Now, having said that, I'm fine with taking this map out unless an additional tweak would be to add the area above 5th Street along San Dimas Avenue and that little chunk right below the word way in Way Hill, because those definitely are town core facing areas.
I was going to mention, I've got it here on my notes, that the changes that you suggested to 101 were very similar in some respects to 112. Had that lower population deviation number, still a high Hispanic voting age population, and in the town core district, and it just seemed to me that was similar enough to 112 and had more, I think, agreeable numbers to me, and so that played into it as well. Not just the the high population deviation. But that was a consideration.
You're saying you're more favorable towards 101?
101, but even discussing 101 with the changes that John discussed earlier.
So I'm okay taking 112 out then, Eric?
Okay.
Yeah. Good. Thanks for making that argument.
All right, so let me reiterate the ones that are being removed and see if there's any opposition. I have, and staff correct me if I missed one, 102, 106, 109, 112, 133, and 138.
Those are ones we're eliminating?
Correct.
Would you go through those once more, please?
102, 106, 109, 112, 133, and 138.
What about 120? Did we say anything about that?
No, that was not one removed.
115 or 120?
Are we okay with the ones I just mentioned, though?
Yeah.
Okay, those will be out for this discussion. And now you're talking about 115 and 120? Those maps each, I guess I think the easiest thing to do is go to if it's a council, only one council member mentioned that number, that council member should decide, you know what, just pull that one. We don't need to deliberate on it unless you really want to keep it and do something different with it. But I'm sorry, you said 115?
115, yeah.
Had Mr. Weber?
So I have also on my notes for that one, it's got a low population deviation. It has a high Hispanic voting age population percentage in a district, which is good. But again, very similar in layout to the edits that you suggested to 101. So I think I'd be comfortable taking that out if we were going to discuss 101 later.
127 is looking very good at this point.
Yeah, I would almost propose at this point, if we eliminated 115 and 120, then we could have substantial discussion about 101, 127, 128, and 131.
Any chance we could save this as a new document and just have those ones that are in the running on a tally sheet of sorts or something up on?
Yeah, we'll do that. I'm keeping notes too, and we can transpose what the new ones are that are still in play.
Right, the only point I have is 131, which I don't have that big of a problem with. All Via Verde isn't in the same district, which is no big deal. I mean, because mainly it's Benelli Park that's out of it. Which there are registered voters in Benelli Park, in the RV park. There's about 72% of those people are permanent residents.
Well, do you want to talk about 131 substantively, or do we just want to
I'd like to be able to visualize whatever's left, because we're down to a small enough set, and I'd suggest a brief recess while we get those ones that we're talking about on a list. I can get out my giant sheets here of the ones that are left, and also look at the analysis of whatever's, and then we can talk about it.
So would you like a recess?
So
Is Councilmember Ebner removing 120?
So right now there was discussion of 115 and 120 being removed, but there wasn't a concurrence. So is there a concurrence? So Councilmember Weber had 115.
Yeah, I'm fine with that getting removed if everybody
Okay,
else is.
so is there any opposition to 115 being removed?
No.
And then 120 was selected by Councilmember Ebner with modifications, and you were the only council member that had selected that one.
Yeah, that's okay. We can eliminate that one.
To take it out or leave it?
Take it out.
Okay, so that takes us now down to 6 maps. And so what we'll do, what looks like 6 maps. So we would have, 101, 105, 110, 127, 128, and 131.
Repeat them again.
101,
7 and 128 both?
127, 128, and 131. So it would be starting from the beginning, and staff, correct me if I missed one, 101, 110,
105.
101, 105, 110, 127, 128, and 131.
Okay. I just have one question, so I can think about this as we take this little brief break. On 131, I have no idea who submitted it or anything like that, But could somebody tell me why the little dot in the middle with the green, right, just go up above the teal, drop down right there, a little bit right there. Does anybody understand what that?
Absolutely. I don't know who submitted this map either, but the reason for that, and it's an odd one, and we may want to do that kind of a tweak, Emmett, like you're thinking about, because it would square that off. But basically, that gave the foothill area more population. You can see that they've got a low population, so that gave it a little bit more. And it also would have boosted the Hispanic population of the teal, because that particular little area you're talking about obviously has Hispanics, but it's not a high percentage compared to the rest of the district.
Yeah, and when I messed around with that to try to figure out the logic behind it, when you click the evaluation for that and you look at the voting age population, one of the things that I noticed unique in this particular map is that this is where you actually see what, as far as I found thus far, the highest percentage point advantage for the Hispanic population in a specific district.
Right.
So there is a full percentage point advantage for the Hispanic population the way this map has been drawn. And that's unique when you look at the rest of these maps. I think that's the highest that I've been able to find in this, in my analysis. So, but if you were to remove that, then that map is very similar to 101.
Yes.
So when you look at the two of them, there's some...
That was the only thing I could find that the difference was that little...
Yeah, it's
indention
there's
there.
Subtle nuance. There's, I think, like two tweaks, that and then I think the corner on the bottom of District 3 was the two differences I had found with that. That little pocket on the left, up, corner, right there, up, just a smidge. There you go, that. So between I think it's 101 and that one, that's the two major differences I found with that.
Okay. All right.
So if we can take a short break, we'll put up a new sheet that just has those 6 listed there, and then we can go through those and go through the conversation we did initially with District Map 101, and then you can tweak the process from there in terms of those 6 maps. That's a good number to start with.
Can we get a printout of that sheet as well?
We can do that. We can print it out for...
All right, how much do you need? 5 minutes, 10 minutes?
Give us about 7. Yeah, give us 10, and we'll get it done.
10 minutes. All right. We'll reconvene the city council meeting and continue with the staff's report.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. If we could put up on the board the new tally sheet with the 6 maps that were selected. The council has as hard copies. He will have one sheet that looks like what's on the screen and what the public can see, with the 6 districts or 6 maps that were selected and the council members that identified those maps. They're all the maps have at least 3 members that indicated for those maps. One has 4 and one has 5. That isn't an indicator that's the map that you're selecting. It's just an indicator that this is what we want to discuss and have an interest in. The second tally sheet is we gave you the original tally sheet with no marks on it and just highlighted those 6 maps that you selected, just in case we want to do some kind of tallying at some point. We could have both those for consideration. And so now I'd like to ask the council, how would you like to proceed through these 6 maps? Would you like just the council to start leading this? Would you like staff to do something specific, start in a certain order? How would you like to proceed?
Well, let's start with map number 1.
Okay.
And go through, I guess, like we did the first original exercise, if there was any conversation about it. Anybody opposed to that?
Process, no.
May I ask, as we go through that map, so let's deliberate that, we can deliberate that map specifically, and I recommend that you make some kind of assessment. Is it out? Is it, let's keep it for consideration as we go through the remaining maps? Or, no, this is the one we want to pick?
Okay.
That way, that if you get to 3 of them that you want, or 2 of them you want to say, hey, we want to keep this in, and when by the time you get to the end of the 6, you can then circle back to just those 2 maps and say, okay, let's really hash out these 2 maps, and whether you pick one or the other, or tweak one of them to get to a final map, you could do it just with 2 instead of dealing with 6.
Okay. All right, well, let's go to map number 1.
So we have map number 1 up. We will add the district labels. This is one that has all the population assigned to specific districts. And so I will leave it to the council for the discussion.
Anybody want to start?
Sure. Well, I like this map. I do believe this is the map staff or the city with working with a consultant constructed. The things that I appreciate about this map, I think the distribution in the population in terms of the deviation is low. I like where the numbers are in terms of voting age population by race. And I think that there's, I think 131 is a iteration of this map. And so I know we're going to take them one at a time. So I would, in my priority, 131, I think, is more refined in the context of achieving the population, the best population deviation possible with the best representation for a Hispanic population within a specific district. So that being said, I do like the way this was drawn out. I think that it's respectful of the different areas of the community. I know there was some discussion on what is Via Verde, and what and whether or not putting stone is a part of or not. I had quite a bit of discussion with people over the weekend about it. It's a coin toss, as I've learned, in terms of who includes putting stone as part of Via Verde. It seems generally speaking, most people that I spoke with associate Via Verde with everything to the west of the 57, Vons and all of that kind of stuff, Walnut Creek. There's a handful of people who are kind of that Tiburon area that, it was a coin toss. Half of them do associate with Via Verde, some don't. So to me, there are a lot of maps, and we'll talk about the rest of them. But from my perspective, that's what I like. The only thing I don't necessarily like is, when you look at how some of these areas are, but this is just a challenge with all of the maps, there are certain areas where neighborhoods almost feel like they're roped in, but as you kind of go through the map, you realize that's kind of a necessary piece of getting to where you need to be. So, looking at San Dimas Avenue, when you're looking at Bonita, kind of that District 2 drops up and over. But to that end, I'm not necessarily personally, as we go through these maps, much interested in tweaking. I think the public and all persons who submitted tweaked through this. So I'm good with this map as proposed and don't have a whole lot of problems with it.
So I like what you said about the high percentage of Hispanic voting age in the district. That's the best for that. I'll suggest a tweak. One of the tweaks is that the mobile home parks they're in blue on the very left side there. You'll notice that in population-wise, District 1 in blue is a little high. And the orange district, which I think is District 2, is a little low. If you moved that mobile home park and then the little strip connecting it there to the rest of the city, then you would more equalize the population without changing the demographics significantly, since number 3 is the one with the high.
What do you mean move it?
So move the blue to the orange, the mobile home park, 2 mobile home parks right there. And the other thing about moving that is that it then gets into, I mean, in a way, it's good for everybody to represent a mobile home park, and maybe that's one way of thinking about it, because in this case, the way it's drawn, there are actually 3 districts with mobile home parks. On the other hand, maybe it doesn't belong to Via Verde so much, and maybe it more belongs to the swath that is in orange there, which is District 2. That's just a thought on that. The other part about this map is that it does divide the town core along San Dimas Avenue. So the bulk, as you know, of town core is over to the west, but the area between Gladstone and Walnut and Bonita and San Dimas Avenue is also, I think they consider themselves more of the town core than first of all, so many people I talk to says, I'm just from San Dimas. I mean, it's not like, but if you're looking at a community, they're more town core than Foothill. That's my thoughts on it.
They're more town core than Foothill.
Yeah.
I'm confused about what's that supposed to mean.
Okay, see District 4?
I see it.
Maybe zoom out a little bit so you can see the whole thing. District 4 is generally the foothills district, so it's above the freeway, above Allen Avenue. Mm-hmm. And when Chris was going through the demographics, it's just everything north of Foothill and the freeway has more in common with themselves as a community, as opposed to those blocks of 1st, 2nd, 3rd, 4th, right outside City Hall here, okay, which I think that if you talk to anybody who lives, like Lauren, for example, who just gave us the presentation, lives in District 4. Scott Dilley lives in District 4. Mayor Kurt Morris, former mayor, lives in District 4. I think all of those people and everybody else would consider them more a part of the town core, District 3, than the Foothill District. And so that's the argument I would have about all maps that have San Dimas Avenue as a dividing line.
Okay.
Not that it's a deal breaker, but that's just a comment that people feel that way.
Okay. Dennis?
Well, I could live with this map. I think that I would prefer the town core be one unit, also Villa Verde be one unit. But as I said about Villa Verde, that's not an up or down situation. I could go either way. But I would prefer that Villa Verde be one unit, and also the town core. I think the town core is probably more important than Villa Verde as being one single unit.
Right. Eric, want us to come back to you?
I don't mind 101, and I think the only thing that I, kind of grumble at is the high population, or not high, but in relation to the other maps we've seen, the high population deviation. It is still low, it's within tolerances, but I think there's a more even spread that's out there. So I think that'd be my one gripe against it. I understand the changes aspect of it. I did give John credit for the edits that he suggested on the northwest part of District 1 down there, getting swapped with the southeast part of District 2. That worked out to be a pretty high Hispanic voting age population at 41.3, and then 1.98% population deviation, I believe, if that was what was correct. I completely agree that there may be a time and a place to look at edits, but I hadn't seen anything with numbers that close in a map style that was similar to that. So I thought that was something to at least consider as well.
All right. I am comfortable with 101. I've looked at it a lot. Obviously, it was the first map we saw when we started this process, but I think that as most of us know, that I have not been real fit, Mr. Simonelli, for the way this was done, some of the things that we should have, what I felt we should have had. But as far as the map is concerned, I believe they did what they were supposed to look at and put together a map that made sense. I agree. I mean, I am a little bit vacillating about the mobile home park on the west side of the city. I'm just not sure what I would like to do with the Pudding Stone area, but I really want to see this map as opposed to the other maps, what they look like, when I know which three we're going to look at. And if this is one, then we'll take a look at it. But I really think they did a good job, and I want to thank you and your organization. Thank you. All right, let's move to the next one.
Okay, we will move to map 105. This map, pull it up here, has a max population deviation of 3.35 with 46 residences that are not included. And if we look in the map, we have the two districts for which that are missing that population very clearly. All around it is one district, so the presumption would be that you would make that minor modification, that those unallocated pieces go with the contiguous district that they're within. And so if that's the choice that you make, that population deviation would, I'm doing it on my map right here. will still stay the same at 3.35, and the demographics would still have the highest Hispanic population of 41.1% in District 2, and versus this map would show, well, we're changing it, so. So as the map you see right now before you, it's modified 105. That takes those few residences and keeps them in the districts that they're surrounded completely by to be contiguous. The max population deviation of 3.35 still is within the 10% overall tolerance, and the largest Hispanic population is 41.1% in District 2, which is the southern portion of the downtown core going from just west of Arrow Highway all the way to the east border of the city. Is there any discussion on this map?
All right, we're going to start with Dennis.
Well, I think that 5 is fine, 105 is fine. I like the ethnic distribution, and I think the numbers are right. I could live with this one. I see no problems with it. Downtown core seems to be pretty much together, doesn't it, John?
Pretty much, except north of 5th Street is out. And again, if you go north on, after this meeting, head north on San Dimas Avenue, and you're not going to see any kind of bright dividing line at 5th Street. It's the same kind of houses, the same kind of neighborhood. It's on this side of the hill, because you come to a crest at Gladstone. Mm-hmm. So people, maybe because it's downhill, walk to the library, walk to farmers market, walk to music in the park, Halloween things. In fact, even the 5K the regular route of the 5K goes up San Dimas Avenue and turns on Gladstone there. So all of that. So if we're not going to talk about tweaks, then we don't have to talk about tweaks. But I did just on my own here take out that part of the district that's in the upper right, number 2, the upper right part of it, and I got to whereas before taking that out, it was 44.2% Hispanic. That's 44.7% without that little part, and the voting age goes to 41.5. Now, that might be offset. I don't know if you added in the part I'm talking about to the town core, so that would satisfy my concern about the town core being divided there.
You know, the numbers are all so close in all these districts that it's really not a determining factor.
I agree.
All right.
Is there any further discussion on this one?
I just think that, to John's point about 5th Street and everything north of that being, in District 1, if you look at any major city, and I'm not saying that we need to adhere to the same methodology that other cities are using, but I would say that every major city has a pretty prominent north-south, I guess it would be a north-south street that divides east and west in the city, and it's usually pretty central in the city itself, and it's even part of the block numbering system in most cities. And I think given the choice between a small residential like 5th Street dividing a portion of downtown, or a fairly major thoroughfare like San Dimas Ave, I think the San Dimas Ave would probably be the more obvious divider in that sense.
Yeah, I'll just say on this particular map, I think there's, compared against the other maps, I think we are able to achieve a closer or a better population deviation while still achieving the representation necessary. And as far as the boundaries go, I agree with Eric that it's difficult, like with all these maps as we've discussed, to be able to look at how these boundaries are drawn. And I think District 2 specifically is very carved up. I mean, it just kind of, like there's a little bit of downtown, a smidge on the north end of it, and then we take it up, and then you have the new communities, Saddle Creek, and the rest of everything that goes up north there into 1. So I'm just looking at that. I think 3 and districts 3 and 4, make some sense there with what transpired with that. But as far as the districts between 1 and 2, that's a little choppy, quite literally stepped. So, yeah.
John?
I think that that's a problem for me with the map. So but if we're not talking about tweaks, I mean, I don't mind keeping it in the mix until we, if we want to make some tweaks, but there's more than those 2 tweaks I suggested. There's a couple others that I would suggest for this map that I think would satisfy the proponents because it would have the same kind of numbers, but it would be a little bit different. So I'm not averse to tweaks to get maps to where they need to be, but at this point, just as is, I'm not supportive.
And I agree with that position.
But I want to talk about tweaks later on because I understand what the proponents of this map are trying to do, and which we all do, and we're all trying to achieve the same thing, basically. So it's not that I want to throw it out, but as is, it needs some work.
All right, thank you. I just, when I'm looking at the map, I thought one of the goals or one of the efforts was to maintain a racial equity as far as the Hispanics and everybody, all races, and try to come up with a population level, and yet still maintain some semblance of the downtown core without a bunch of interruptions and interloctions. So when I look at 101, I see that. With 105, now that I've been explained to me, I can see that in a certain matter, but I still think 101 at this point satisfies my desires for the percentages, the population, and if John comes up with some tweaks that make sense, then I would probably be willing to look at it a little more. But right now, I'm, as both John and Ryan said, it's just not right there. It's not my number 1, and we've only had 2 at this point.
Just another thing that I wanted to point out, not to interrupt you, Mayor, sorry, is that I remember having a discussion about the highest percentage of Hispanic voting age population being that little commercial / residential tract that's south of Cienega and west of the 57. So, and that was something like 75% in that particular census block. And that one, 105, does not include that in with the highest percentage Hispanic population in Area 2.
All right. But in the goal of this, I hate to call it an exercise, but the goal of this here is to get a higher population of people taking an active role in our community. Okay, so I think that's what we're trying to achieve, and so far both the maps here that we have seen in front of us actually achieved that. So we got to be wide open to this, but it's opening an avenue for people who feel disenchanted or they don't feel like they're being represented. So I think that So far, like I said, between 101 and 105, I'm more leaning towards 101, but I'd be certainly interested in 105 with some tweaks if there were. But I personally couldn't suggest a tweak right now myself until we have some more discussion.
If I may, first, I'm going to assume, and if there's any, I want to know if there's any opposition, the missing population should go in the contiguous area that they're surrounded by.
Yeah, I
There's
agree.
no opposition to that. Okay. Secondly, I think it may be beneficial to do a forced ranking. Not that that means one map's better than the other, but from what I'm hearing from majority of council, that if you had to force rank 101 and 105, it would be 101, then 105, correct?
I would agree with that. Yeah.
Okay. So as we go to the, I mean, we can always come back and tweak 105 or in any other map and make that the selected map. I just want to try to start moving towards, 1, 2, or 3 maps that you really all are, like, we really like these, are really good, and it may be some tweaks, and we can finally get to a map based on those 3. So I'll be
Let's
asking.
move on to the next map.
Correct.
You're going to keep track of that forced ranking?
Yes, sir.
All right.
So the next map is 110.
110.
110 has a max population distribution of 1.47%, and all residents are included in a shaded district area. And I'll turn that over to you, Mr. Mayor, for discussion.
John?
I'll pass right now until I bring it up.
Okay, Eric. Eric?
I think the same issue with the last map that we just talked about, the highest percentage Hispanic voting age population, or population in general, I forget which number that was, falls outside of the highest Hispanic voting age population district, which I think might be problematic if I'm understanding what the purpose of this whole thing is.
That it was 40%, but I.
What I'm getting at is
it or is it not? I can't.
We have to keep, if the point of the going to districts is to keep the Hispanic voting population together in one block, then carving out the one census tract that is the highest Hispanic percentage in the whole city and keeping it away from the high Hispanic voting age population district might be problematic legally.
I would agree with that. I can see that as a problem.
Well,
But which one are you talking about? It keeping.
Remember the one that we were talking about south of Target that showed a 75% Hispanic population in that census tract?
Yes, but there's hardly anybody in that tract.
Yeah, we couldn't find any people.
Remember, there were like 12 people, so 75% is.
I don't know that we ever got a number on that. I think the last we heard is that it would, for it to be a census tract, it would have to be a certain number of people for it.
We found out that's incorrect because there's some tracts that have like 2 houses in them.
I agree that it didn't make a whole lot of sense.
Let me, I'm going to do it right now. So.
There are 337 in that Cienega property.
Okay.
So.
I don't want to belabor the point. I think the population doesn't rise to the voting age that we're looking for, and I know I expressed interest in this map previously. I rescind my interest in this map. I think there's other maps that are more aligned with where we're trying to go, so I'm not favorable towards this map.
All right.
Any other discussion on the one? I know the one.
Any
110
further
was
discussion about this?
Well, 110 is acceptable. It's kind of a compromise between a couple of the others, but it's very similar.
So the question is, if we have 6 maps, if Ryan's rescinding it, does anybody else want to
Yeah, I think
resurrect
I definitely want to keep this one in. For one thing, if you look at, in this particular map, that little part that bulges out in the north, for whatever reason, that area...
Okay, when you say little part,
that
what are you
part
talking
that's
about?
bulging out there.
Okay.
Hold on just a second here. That is...
Is that the same reason that the little green spot that sunk down on 131?
That area, has 332 residents and it's 60.5% Hispanic. So that's what helps bring this particular district's Hispanic percentage up. And so the reason I like this is because it keeps the town core intact. And I think the 40% is on, we said 40% and it's 40%.
Since I rescinded my support for this map, I'll just state my dislikes with it. I don't think that the District 4 makes a whole lot of sense in the context of what's happening to the southern western portion of it. I think, District 1, as it's laid out in some of the other maps, is more associated with the downtown and kind of the whole construct of what's happening with some of the things with PSQ, and as we move westbound across the 57 with the shopping centers that are there, I think those interests are better recommended or better represented by someone that is in that general vicinity. And as John talked about earlier, kind of look at that as the foothills district, if you will. And so for that reason, I don't think that the way this is drawn out necessarily represents the communities of interest. And so for that reason, coupled with the population, not reaching the numbers we're trying to achieve, I'm not supportive of further consideration of this map.
If I may, because you talked about that little piece that's coming out that looks kind of unusual, that it's sticking to the north of District 1 in the downtown around, Walnut, Foothill, San Dimas, and Allen. If you remove that and put it into the neighboring contiguous district, the highest Hispanic population goes from 40% down to 39.5. And I know I've heard from numerous council members today that that concentration of Hispanic population, we're trying to get it on the higher end, which is the whole point of the process. So I know you said somebody had mentioned 40% as a threshold. I just want to put that out there in the case that if you're looking at tweaks, that tweak would actually drop it below that kind of threshold.
Yeah,
I wouldn't tweak it, but I understand that's, and that's fine. You can get it the rank choice, and
I personally want to stay at 40% or above, and that's my commitment at this point in time. Something could change, but right now, that's what I'm looking at. When I look at 110, I understand what John's talking about, the downtown core there, but to me, it looks completely choppy. When we look to the left of the one right there, it's kind of hanging there, and it's really a part of, if we say it's going to be a part of the of number 4, it's floating down into there, and I think that a better commitment would be coming from, at this point, from from District 1. So I'm not really in favor of this map at all.
Is there any discussion before we do the forced rank?
I think we'll move on.
The sense I'm getting is, and correct me, the order of 101, 105, 110 would be the third map, and if you had to force rank them at this point. That's what it sounds like.
That would be my favor, but
Agree.
Anybody else have any other comments?
Okay, thank you.
Dennis?
The next map we'll move on to is 127.
127 is, I think, my favorite of all the maps. Downtown is in one district. Villa Verde is one district. And the numbers work out. And
So 127, if we go to the population tab, has a max population deviation of 1.83%, and all the residents are assigned to a specific shaded council district. So, Mr. Mayor, I'll give it back to the council.
Who started last?
well, I passed, so I might have not started.
Okay, then you get to start now.
So, well, Dennis may have already beat me to it, but This does, I guess, what you were just talking about. So District 1 takes in the town core and then keeps it intact. I mean, it's really intact in this one. This is probably the best town core intact map that I've seen so far, at least of the 6 that we're talking about. And then it goes over across the freeway, and I agree with you that the older homes to the west of the 57 freeway may have a greater affinity with the town core. That being said, there's no district that is going to serve only one community. So in this case, town core has the actual town core and has west of the 57. The foothill district, I'll call it the foothills district, has the foothills, and then it comes down and takes in some of the eastern part of the city, which demographically is more in tune with it or more like it. And District 2 has mobile home parks and a lot of single-family residential and some houses down there near Walnut Creek, like Scarborough, Wellington, Gainsborough, those kind of streets. Villa Verde is the one. Well, Villa Verde itself too has to go up and get pudding stone to achieve its population. So when I was looking at the maps, I felt that having 2 communities was acceptable. And so in this case, District 1 is very compact. It meets our requirements, I think. And in fact, what's the percentage? Percentage may be close to what District 5 was. I'm not sure if it's exactly the same. In fact, I think the total population is exactly the same, but the voting, I'm not sure which it was. So I like this map.
Eyewitness has already said he likes it. Eric?
I'll just say that this is very, very, very similar to Map 101 with the edits that John had suggested. And with that, so as we're comparing 127 as it sits now and 101 with those edits, essentially District 1 would be losing north of Allen, which I don't know if that's exactly, considered town core. Allen is pretty industrial up there north of Allen. And then it would be gaining everything above, what's that street there, Cienega? Mm-hmm. No, Covina Boulevard. With the edits to 101, you get a higher Hispanic voting age population. You get that, I realize there's what it would work out to be. I did the math on it. 252 Hispanic people living in that 75% census tract that's just south of Cienega there. It would all be included within that highest Hispanic voting age population district. And the population deviation would still be 1.98, which is pretty decent. It's very close to what 127 is, but it has a higher Hispanic representation in it. So that would be my critique of 127. I do agree that it's the way it's laid out is very contiguous. I think it makes sense. So that's a plus for me on that end.
Is there any other discussion?
Ryan?
So I don't really have too much heartburn with this map. I had to really look at the extension of District 1 across San Dimas Avenue over to Walnut, and really kind of study that a little bit. That's a little different than some of the other maps where a major thoroughfare has generally been a hard boundary, although there is, as we've seen, some deviation with every single one of these maps. But I think, for the purposes of the intent, I think this map makes quite a bit of sense. the number in District 1 at 40.8% of the voting population, I think is good. I'm not going to say this is my favorite map, because it isn't, but I do think that it gets very close. And as Eric pointed out, I think, at least as it relates to the edits that John made, kind of in the likeness of it to 101, this to me is similar but different from 101. I'd like to see the population a little bit higher, but for the Hispanic population in the district, but I'm not necessarily opposed to the map. So.
Yeah, I did leave out that it went past San Dimas Ave. I didn't see that until you pointed that out. So that would be correct too. That would be the difference between the edits to 101 and this one.
Yeah, and having lived on Walnut, right on the corner of Walnut and 4th at one point, again, Walnut is just as logical a dividing point if you just think of the housing stock that is east and west of that street, and not that people east of Walnut don't walk downtown and do everything else, but it does include the numbered streets in their entirety, which just seems to make sense. And Walnut is a big street to be a dividing line.
Okay. I don't have any major problems with this map. I do see the likeness to 101. What I'd like to see at a later point, remember in the beginning we did some tweaks to 101 and before we got started, before we stopped and went into a different route. I'd like to see that at some point during the deliberation here back to what John was describing and how he was doing it. So he probably had the best memory because he was describing it. But this is interesting. This probably could be my number 2 map at this point. Okay, let's go to the next one.
Mr. Mayor, just let me get the forced ranking correct here. Am I correct that this is higher than 110? I believe it is.
In my opinion, that's all.
Is this better than 105? I'm not clear. Is that agreeable to the council, that
I think
majority?
So, yeah.
So the mayor said number 2, yes. Anybody? Okay, that looks like a majority would say. So is it higher than 101?
No.
Not in my opinion.
Not to me.
I think it's higher than number 1.
At this point.
Correct. And again, this is only just to kind of help frame. You could always tweak and something could change. So the forced ranking I'm seeing is 101,
127,
127, 105, and 110 right now. And the next map is 128.
128 is similar to 127, actually. It meets all the qualifications that we want.
I think the Hispanic voting age population is at 38.6, so it falls short of a little bit on that. Is the highest out of that.
Yeah, I agree with that. It doesn't even get close to what we need to do.
Okay, any further comments?
I think for that reason, I'm not too hot on this one. I would probably pick 127 above 128.
I'd probably put 128 under 110.
Pardon me?
I was just saying I would put it under 110 at this point.
Yeah, I just don't think it meets our goals as well as other maps do.
It looks pretty, though.
Yeah, I like the shape.
Yeah, it's different than anything we've looked at. I think you said it was 38 something?
38.6 is the highest Hispanic concentration.
If I'm going to be true to what I said, I'm going to stay at 40 plus. And
I'd like to try a tweak on it, though, when we get to tweaks, to see if it brings those numbers up.
Okay.
Yeah, so.
All right, so
it sounds like this
128 at the bottom.
So it sounds like this one's last for the majority of the council.
Yeah.
Untweaked. Okay.
But I mean, if we start tweaking, we'll see where it goes.
So we have 101, 127, 105, 110, and now 128. That takes us to the last map of 131. And in map 131, we have a population deviation of 1.34, and all the residents are assigned to a colored district, so it appears to qualify. So with that, I'll give it back to you, Mr. Mayor.
All right. I'll go ahead and start this time. Okay, when I look at this map, it's definitely similar to 101. I still have could you give me the numbers again for that little box that's there? What that does if we change that map?
Yeah, in terms of the population. We already talked about it at one time. In terms of the population or the demographic?
No, the demographics.
Yeah, I can show you both on that. Okay. So it adds approximately 50 residents.
0.1%.
Yes.
It drops it from 41.4% to 41.3%.
Okay. All right. I like this map, and the fact that it is so similar to 101, and I see the additional, I know it drops the percentage, but I think it squares it up and looks pretty. But that's not the reason why. It just seems to be a fair map to the cause that we're trying to achieve. I'd have a hard time right now with no other harms voting between 101 and 131.
It is very similar.
Yeah.
You look at them.
I would have a very difficult time deciding which way to go with that. So with that, those are my comments.
Is that the only difference, the fact that is that the only difference, the fact that what you just
well, a box makes a difference to me. It drops down the percentage of.
Well, so I think there's comparing
it's
the
same
two
thing we're looking at.
Comparing the two side by side, it looks like
the same map almost.
once you make that tweak you just made, I think it is the same map.
It would need one more tweak, and if you look at District 3 on the far southern western boundary, north of Badillo, that one little parcel right there it would need to be in District 3 to be considered the same as the 101 map. And
the far left right there?
Right there.
Just above the hospital?
If that's included in District 3, and if the little drop in the northern side of District 3 is...
Would that be the church?
3? I'm sorry?
Would that be the church?
Cypress? No. What is that? That's some condos, I think. Right? I think they're the condos there that are across Valley Center from some other condos. Yeah.
It says, I'm looking at,
yes, it says
Christ Church of the Valley.
Oh, that part right there. I'm sorry. I was looking at a different part. No, you're right.
So I think there's also another difference, just comparing the two side by side. What areas are we talking about here?
Yeah, down along the freeway, there's some houses actually there that are detached from the Averti.
Yeah, so I don't really mind that jut west of the freeway because I think the majority of the population there is probably at the retirement home.
Probably.
Yeah.
And it's not like it's residential in Villa Verde as far as that goes.
But those are voting residents.
They are, absolutely.
So should they be with the areas, which districts should they be in?
There's 128 residents in that district, and flipping them from one district to another doesn't change the Hispanic population.
But can you go back and restore the map as it originally was put in with that? Yeah. I think the one thing
Restore it.
So is that right? Yeah, I think that is right. Yeah, 41.4. So I agree with the mayor's comments on this particular map. I think, 101 I'm very fond of, but this definitely is my favorite, and for a couple of reasons.
131 is your favorite?
131 is my favorite, for the following reasons. Number one, it has the lowest population deviation, so 1.34. It's respectful of I think a number of the communities of interest as we know them in the community. And I think it achieves the numbers we're looking to be able to get. And it's not just about achieving the numbers. In this case, 41.4% for the Hispanic population in one district. But I'll also draw to your attention that it's 1 percentage point advantage against the white population in that specific district. That's not the case in all of the other maps that were proposed. And it's also not the case in all the other maps that we had this low of population deviation. So I think it's a more equitable map, and I think it gets. I would vote for this map. I think it achieves what we're trying to do for the representation in a district to make sure there's diversity and equity. I think it's respectful of the different communities of interest that we know.
Dennis?
No, I agree. That's one of my favorites.
Eric?
Yeah, I'm okay with this map as well. I think the low population deviation, the high Hispanic voting age population all makes it doable.
John?
I think you'd get even a lower population deviation if you included that little wedge of Villa Verde in District 1.
You think it would make it lower?
Yeah, because I think Villa Verde will go up a little bit because it's, well, let's see here.
It goes up
Oh,
to
maybe not.
2.8%.
Yeah, sorry. Yep. My mind wasn't doing the math right.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. Now, my mistake on that, so. But it's
How difficult is that?
still not that. I don't think it's I guess it's a decision to make on whether that should be part of Villa Verde or part of the other area. Either way is fine.
What's the difference if you move it to Villa Verde versus leave it in 2?
Population deviation goes to 2.8%.
It goes from 1.34% that based on the maps is the lowest to 2.8%. And the voting, it doesn't have an impact on the highest Hispanic population, 41.4%. That stays the same.
It is good to consider future growth, though. So District 1, let's say it leaves it as is, doesn't have a lot of potential for growth.
No. not at all.
District 2 and District 3, which are the ones that are driving the, they're one of the ones anyway that are driving the low deviation, is that those are going to have lots and lots of units in District 2 and 3.
What's the population of that area that you had in Benelli Park?
2.
I think you get about, well, I'm not sure. If you don't do anything north of Puddingstone, it's about 200 residents, I think. Could be wrong.
Looks about 128.
128, okay.
Yeah, I'm not a fan of pulling that sliver out just because it does.
Okay.
It does increase. I mean, I went down and I drove over there and was looking at it, and I think when I look at it, you have the gas station right there, and then you have the apartments, the senior care facility there, and I think when you look at that, just in terms of representation of the electorate, I look at that and think, okay, well, where are those people going to have a bigger voice? And I just associate, when I look at it, I look at what's happening on that corner from the 57, you get off the freeway to the gas station, and that's kind of putting, like, I think Pudding Stone entrance to Raging Waters and all of that kind of stuff that goes into District 2 or into that Pudding Stone area. So they're impacted by the traffic of Raging Waters and all of those things that go into it. And so
That's a good point.
that's what kind of
Yeah.
got me there.
So if I may, because I know you're focused on this one area, we don't have Google Earth up to see the top view. The majority, the sliver from the north-south is unimproved until you get to what looks like the center that's there and the gas station. And so there is really no single-family residences in that area, and it's then next to the parking, or the Caltrans park and ride.
Yeah.
And so the distinction that the council would have to make is that the single-family homes to the west of San Dimas Avenue is that similar to the community of interest or the type of housing, the type of individuals that are in that easterly property?
So you're going to have different communities, different types of interest. For example, this district as drawn includes the mobile home parks. So you could say, well, is the mobile home park the same as Villa Verde up there on Villa Romales or Calle Cristina or something like that, but not really. So
you know what community?
It's either in or out, it's fine. And Ryan makes the best argument that it really, you got the park and ride there where so many people park and start biking or hiking around, and you've got it's San Dimas Avenue. So San Dimas Avenue is actually a better dividing line in a certain way than the freeway, because we're actually going on San Dimas Avenue when we're in the city.
And to John's point with that, if you recall the CUP for the 76 station, there were people from Brookside that came out and spoke in favor of the CUP for the alcohol and what have you at that gas station, you know, who were directly impacted by that, and they live right next door and walk down there and do what they got to do. So I think they're together.
Yeah, I don't think it bothers me. And to speak on the larger point of, Villa Verde representing mobile home park on the, slightly north of Walnut Creek. I think one of the resounding things that we've heard throughout this process from most of the community is that the best case scenario to many people is that the council, while we represent, we're elected in districts that we still represent, we're still mindful of hillsides, so that we're still mindful of Walnut Creek, we're still mindful of, all of those different dynamics that are going on in the city that, we're expected to represent when we're elected at large. So I don't know. I would sure hate to lose that. And if we try to disperse each, not necessarily, of course, not carve it up so that we're, carving up communities of interest, specifically Hispanic voting populations, since that's the whole point, is to not carve them up. But to carve it up and, I'm the guy that represents the foothills, or I'm the guy that represents Villa Verde. I almost think we kind of lose a bit of the charm and what people like about the city as it is.
That's a good point. That I think, as you're bringing that up, that every district, at least in 101, 131, by keeping Pudding Stone and I don't know if that's work calling me. By keeping these districts, Pudding Stone and Villa Verde, separate, I think there's the opportunity that you get more, you get representatives that are more either empathetic or sympathetic because of where they live to the different issues, whether it's the open space or whether it's the trailer parks. Everybody's got something as it relates to the way these maps are fleshed out.
Yeah, I mean, it's impossible to make sure that everybody gets a slice of everything. I mean, if we could just take vertical slices of the whole city and just slice it up into 4 pieces and it, be legally defensible, then yeah, maybe that's possible. But I think to one extent or another, each area is going to be unique. But incorporating more than one niche to it is not the end of the world to me.
So, if I may, I've heard two council members who have mentioned this one is higher than 101. Is there a third in terms
Yes.
of the ranking?
Yes.
Yes, I agree.
Okay. So just to check in, because it's 11:12, we have 131 is number 1, 101, 127, 105, 110, and 128. And so in terms of how you want to proceed from here, I'd take direction from the council, and so we could eliminate some of these and get down to one or like the first 2 or 3, and then really go in detail and look at tweaks, or we could keep all of them because nobody said get rid of any map.
Can I make a recommendation? So, fellow council members, what I would recommend is that we take the top 3, which are 101, 127, and 131. We take a break until Monday, which is the 15th, and we all agree that we could have a meeting on that day. Bring the 3 back, and the value of that is that we can hear from some constituents, since some of the maps that people have wanted are not in the mix, and we can see what they say. Not only that, it gives us a chance to, it is getting a little bit late. We've got a couple closed sessions to come, and so I think it would be better coming back fresh with the top 3 and just tackling it at that time. And it shouldn't be a super long meeting to do that, because that's the only thing on that agenda, right?
So we're saying 101, 127, and 131.
Exactly. That's what I would say.
My suggestion, and I'd be willing to fish, but I'd be willing to make a motion if there's enough interest from council in 131, and it appeases the interests of all parties, and we think we're where we need to be. I wouldn't be opposed to making a motion to adopt that map.
Do I have a second?
And I'm going to preface that with saying that I think that we could nickel and dime every single one of these maps to be able to go through and look at all the factors. But I think this map that's been submitted, I think, represents the various communities of interest. It achieves the representation goals that the council and I think the interested parties hope to achieve. And I think it's equitable to the entire community in terms of population and representation.
Do I have a second?
Do you want me to make a motion?
I would just...
I thought he made a motion.
Yeah.
Oh, I can.
Oh, I thought he...
I said I'm not opposed to making a motion.
Okay, I'm sorry. If you had made the motion, I wasn't going to say anything, but I will before you make the motion. And that's just that it's late, and I've heard from everybody on the council, frankly, except me, that we shouldn't go really late when we're making big decisions. And I'm willing to stay and argue this, but I'd like to take those 3, just sleep on them, take all your, because, everybody makes good arguments about the ones that may not be my favorite, so I'd like to really think about it, come back at another meeting, whether it's Monday, Tuesday, or Wednesday of next week.
What are the 3, John? 101?
131, 101, and 127.
If we're going to, if we go down the road of coming back and entertaining these 3 maps at a later date, I would just request that 101 have the modifications made that John had suggested, and have it as 101.5, just so it gets posted and we talk about that at the next meeting and everybody can view it, if that makes sense to everybody else.
So, that's a good idea. Can we go back to 101 then on the screen to see where, and it's interesting that that's actually a great suggestion. And the reason is it would make 101 more substantially different than 131.
It really is a hybrid between 131 and, I'm sorry, a hybrid between 101, 131, and 127. It kind of incorporates everything about all of those maps.
So I think the suggestions I made, and see if this is okay with you guys, because I think 131, like you're saying, Ryan, kind of does it's almost exactly the same as this. There's a couple differences. However, to make it more of its own thing and not just that really close, the idea was to take what's in blue on the top, on the west side, that part right there, all that blue, put it in the orange district, and then sweep Via Verde into Benelli Park and Pudding Stone and include Tiburon and stop at that point. That was what I was suggesting in the first tweak anyway, right, Eric?
Well, I think it went all the way, not just the mobile home park, the one that you originally suggested that changed the numbers to be pretty good. 41.3 highest Hispanic voting age population, and then 1.98 population deviation, which I think is a pretty good balance. Was everything south of Badillo, but north of, what is that? So essentially where Puente kind of narrows down at the end of Walnut Creek, south of there, keep going south.
Yeah.
Right there is where you cut it off. So all of that was included in District
Can we
2.
just, you don't have to save it, but can you tweak it that way just so, see if Eric and I are talking about the same thing? Not that part. It's where you go across the bridge and you get...
Yeah.
Not that you know where the bridge is, but we'll tell you. Yeah. There you go.
Yeah.
So if I may, Jeff, if you can go back to the District R site, our tag San Dimas, I just put 101.5 up there based on what I remember, what you outlined before.
Oh, okay.
So if it actually hits the mark, then I think we have at least that map there.
Kind of looks like a radio station when it's 101.5.
So it has that San Dimas Avenue curve that you put everything in Pudding Stone Via Verde together, and then in the location.
I think
good job, Chris. There's one thing right at the top of District 1. There's a section that belongs with District 2. It equalizes the population more, and plus it actually attaches the two parts of District 2 there.
Yep.
It kind of got pinched off there.
Really tiny when you're looking at the map.
Yeah,
but
you got to go to a brush size of like 1 or 2 or something like that, or else you're going to get too much.
So yeah, so that northern, so on the blue version, that far northeast, that little sliver.
Right.
That little, no, would be blue.
Get your brush size lower. Yep.
Color.
Right there.
Blue.
Orange right there. That's the part.
You would keep that orange? I thought you had blue all the way down. The San Dimas Ave will be the western boundary.
No.
Okay.
Otherwise, that District 2 above Arrow Highway is cut off.
Gotcha.
What's the voting age information on this?
41.3.
Yeah, there was no change to the district that has...
I mean, it's 0.1% below the map 131, was it?
Right.
But it's...
I think you're missing, Badillo has some blue in there. I think you want to fix that. On the far left, the yellow, north side, right at where it says East Badillo. Yeah, is that a blue line? Okay, no, it's not.
Yeah, I think... I guess it really doesn't matter whether Badillo's in one district or the other. It doesn't functionally change anything.
Oh, the
right?
street itself.
No, it's correct. It looked like it was blue when it was zoomed out.
What about, is that a little green dot inside of Pudding Stone down there somewhere? What is that?
And do me one more change.
Right there, that's a lake, isn't it?
One more favor, just to get that orange more of a solid connection. So at the top of the map as it stands right now, the first, so the lower right corner, so southeast green box, south of Arrow Highway, west of Covina, right there, change that to orange. You're not going to, unless there's somebody who gave, like Sanders Towing as their home address, which is very possible, that you're not going to really change anything. It just looks better to have Covina Boulevard be a dividing line there.
And what's the population deviation on that? 2.16. My only rub with this is, my only rub with this is you're less than the percentage point in the Hispanic population. So you're 0.7 on that. So it's not just looking at the Hispanic population, it's looking what happens with the white population when we change these numbers. So like in this case, go ahead and click evaluation.
Oh, so, okay, so you're saying don't do that change we just did?
Well, I'm saying like when you look at what's going on with 41.3 and the white population, 40.6. So when you look at it against some of the other maps that we've looked at, when we change these, whatever it is, whether you do the trailer park or whatever it is, we have to look at those numbers. At least I'm looking at those numbers to be able to look at the relationship between the Hispanic and the white populations in the respective districts.
Well, Jeff,
the numbers are close enough.
Can you just undo the one thing you just did? Just go up and undo it. I mean, there is an undo button. Yeah, just change it back and see if that changes. Because the district that is the best Hispanic district
is 3.
Was not changed except for that one little square. Now, did that change something there?
No, not on that one, no.
Okay.
My comments generally speaking when we were going through the map.
Well, 101, 127, and 131 are the ones we're going to discuss. I'm just trying to make 101.5 distinctive from 131. And to make it have a little bit better connection to the rest of District 2 by taking that one square out, which didn't change our numbers at all.
Yeah.
Right? I mean, either way is fine, whatever, because that's the main part of it.
But John, aren't the numbers close enough that it doesn't make that much difference how you do it?
I agree. It's all fine, yeah.
So the question is, are we making these changes to 101 and submitting that as a revision to it, or are we going to leave it as originally presented?
I'd make the changes.
I'd make the changes because 131 is basically 101 with that sliver of...
Okay, so the 101, what we'll call 101.5, would take the place of the 101. And
well, I think 101 offers some differences. I would just assume have 4 that we consider.
Okay.
And then at least this way, by submitting 101.5 now, it gets posted within enough time for us to discuss it at the next meeting, right? If I'm not mistaken.
Since it's a revision to 101, it doesn't need to be posted 7 days before Monday. It just needs to be 7 days before we adopt it on the 23rd. So it's fine to make a revision right now.
Okay.
But I think he's saying this will be 101.5, right? So we still have 101, 101.5, and then the other ones, correct?
That's right.
Yeah.
Sounds great.
Okay, yeah, that works.
Do you want to leave that little square in?
Yeah.
Okay, I guess the question...
I didn't catch that. So for 101.5, do we want to leave that green square green?
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay.
This is fine, yeah.
So I think the question that Jeff's asking, Simonetti, is just to make sure before we update and save this as a 101.5 that it does capture what you're looking for in the 101.5.
Yes.
I think so.
Okay, so we'll update that. And so the Councilmember Ebner has asked that we take the top 3, 131, 101, 127, add a new modification to 101 called 101.5, and we continue the meeting to the meeting of the 15th to consider those 4 for either acceptance, approval, or modification and approval. And is that what
That is my request.
Okay, does that require a motion, or is that just a consensus?
That should be a motion.
Second.
Also, just for the public's benefit, is the intent to take public comment again on Monday on these last 3 maps?
I don't believe that, it would not be my intent to open up a public.
Okay, that's completely
That's just
fine.
me. The rest of the council can make a decision. I think we can ponder this back and forth, and I think everybody here's become very knowledgeable in it, and I think we can create a decision. But if the rest of the council wants to open up the public hearing, I wouldn't oppose it.
I think we should reopen the public hearing. And again, this isn't I'm not going to follow my sword on this, but I think we should reopen it. Some people who were here for 105, I'll just say their map name, 105, and the Latino Caucus, et cetera, their map is not in the mix. And so they may be interested, and they're very well represented today, and I think they should be able to speak. And there may be other people who want to speak now that we're down to these 4. It's a much more manageable for the average person to see these 4 maps as opposed to the whole giant slew of them. So I'd say, the public hearing wasn't that long today, and it probably wouldn't be that long next time. But that's my opinion, but I'm whatever the pleasure of the council is.
I'm supportive of the mayor's position. I think there's enough time between now and then that anyone interested can contact the council members and say what they need to say. Plus, there's the oral communications periods before and after each one of these items. So I think we heard what we needed to hear for our decision making, and we've gotten to where we need to be.
This is an important decision to make.
I agree.
The more public input, the better, I think. But whatever council decides is fine.
Because it would be a continuation of the public hearing, would they be prohibited from speaking on it in public comment?
No, people can still speak on it in public comment.
Yeah, but let me clarify. If we're continuing the meeting, you're effectively saying, well, we're not. If we're continuing the meeting, we're effectively ending it, so closed session wouldn't happen, right? So if we continue the meeting, it begins from this point forward.
What I've seen happen what I've seen happen many times in the past with this council and others is that we bang the gavel, say that public hearing is reopened, and continue it to a certain date, at which time we would hear further testimony. We don't have to follow that method, but that's a lot of the times when it's a big issue, and you can pick any of the big issues that we've been talking about where things have been continued. But in this case, that would be a way of doing it. But again, I think we heard from everybody except Eric on that, so it's, again, the pleasure of the majority.
Yeah, and Jeff clarified, we're continuing the item, not continuing the meeting. And so we'll continue this meeting tonight, and this item just moves there. At that time, while the public hearing is closed, the council can decide to reopen the public hearing. We'll have an oral communication period if you like, but the only topic on the agenda will be the districting. And so if you do oral communication, then you're doing public comment outside of the public hearing, and doesn't carry the same weight as doing it during the public hearing. But you still can have public input if you request it under a public hearing. You're fully in control of that.
Perhaps I'm a little confused by that. So somebody would be able to comment if we decided not to have public input during the public hearing. It would just be a continuation of the tonight's public hearing. People would still be able to weigh in during public comments if they had a particular issue with a map or what have you.
Yes, they would be able to weigh in. I have to say their comments wouldn't technically be part of the public hearing because the public hearing was closed tonight, but they would be able to speak in oral communications at the next meeting.
And what is the difference, maybe city clerk can answer this, in the action minutes between oral communications, people who speak in oral communications, and people who speak in a public hearing? Are they listed in one or the other or both, or are they not listed in both? Or
Right now, they're listed under a public hearing only.
So that's another point of clarification, is that to be on the record in the public hearing of this item and to be listed in the minutes, it has to be during a public hearing. The oral communications, I mean, they can say anything they want, but they're not on the record as part of the item itself in the minutes. Am I saying that right?
Yes, but
Oral communications are not.
But if you want, if you want to change, and that's not something that was formalized. That was just a suggestion for making it easier to prepare the minutes. So you could have those comments added to action minutes under the oral communications.
Yeah, go ahead.
I'm a little sorry that I brought up this question because the public hearing has been open tonight. We got public testimony and it's been closed. So we've met the legal requirement for having public comment on this item. So there's no requirement to reopen the public hearing. If the council would like to, you can. But we could just go to the next meeting on Monday and continue the deliberation process.
Right, so I think the point of clarification, Eric, is that any member of the public could come up during oral communications and be able to say whatever they want to say about the item and anything else that they'd like. We've met the public hearing requirement for what we've done here tonight and heard from the community. And there's going to be a week or two or a week between now and then. Anyone could come in here, say what they need to say.
Yeah, I think that's sufficient, especially if we're able to add the oral communications portion of the meeting to the action minutes. Then I'm satisfied with that.
Emmett, he wants to.
Mr. Calderon, we don't normally do this, but I'm going to let you tonight, sir, please.
We will, if we let someone speak, we will need to let.
Hold it.
We've closed the public hearing, so if we're going to let another person testify a second time, we will have to let every other person in the audience testify a second time if they would like.
I don't think anyone else is going to testify. No reason to block this. I think ethnic...
Hang on, okay? I think I agree with you. I don't think anybody else is going to want to testify, right, Mr. Estrada?
No, I just want to raise a point of order.
And let me just clarify, we still have oral communication left on this agenda at the end. And so if there's any other, and that's on any item on the agenda. And so I'm going to defer to Jeff because we got to understand that what's testified during the public hearing is the official public record, which is utilized. And so my understanding is if the city is challenged for any action it derives, it's the public record that's used for the city to use in its decision-making. So there is a distinction between being there in the public hearing versus not. So if somebody wants to provide commentary that's not actual testimony today, because you now added 101.5 for consideration, they still can provide that to you under oral communication tonight, because unless you continue the meeting and don't hear public oral communication, you still have that opportunity. And my recommendation to you is the same recommendation I think Jeff would give you. You either open up the public hearing again and allow folks to testify officially, or we just continue as we are discussing and allow somebody to speak at oral communication tonight and provide any additional input on the matter.
I'd rather have, I think Mr. Calderon wants to just ask a question.
I just have a point of order.
Yeah, exactly. So
it's not a testifying.
I understand. And so what I was going to say is that it's probably, the comments probably are more salient at the meeting where we're going to be discussing these four maps.
I understand that, but as your city manager, I also would advise you that at this public hearing, you did hear a commentary from the public that said if you don't pick this map, that litigation may follow. And so we need to be very careful about the process. This is also the reason why I advised the council that we should have a fourth public hearing on the October 26th meeting to make sure we met the absolute legal requirement just in case something happened tonight. And so I would caution against, I understand we want to be accommodating, we want input, and we've always been about that. But there's a distinction between the legal side of the House and just we want commentary and public comment. It's just a question, a point of order. The individual can make that point of order during oral communication tonight, and the council, if it wants to respond to that, can. But that won't be part of the official record under public hearing that could be used if somebody challenges the city's process in deciding how it developed its maps. But but it's your choice how you want to proceed with the comment.
Mr. Calderon, I think the best interest of the body at this point is to give us a few minutes, then we'll get into oral communications, and you can speak for 3 to 5 minutes, whatever you wish. Okay? Thank you, sir. And I'd say that's on the advice of both the city attorney and...
Yes, I completely agree with the city manager on that.
Thank you.
Did we come to a consensus or a vote for support for opening the public hearing on Monday?
No, the only thing I have is a motion by Ebner, seconded by Vienna, to continue the meeting to 11:15 for discussion. There was no action to whether we open it up or not. The council could decide at that point whether they open up. There was no vote.
On Monday night, the 15th, we could decide to open up the public hearing.
Correct.
All right, that's...
People in the audience at oral communications can give us suggestions for what to do.
Correct.
At the oral communications that's coming in up in about 5 minutes.
Correct.
Okay.
5 minutes.
I hope.
Holy moly. Can we call the question? I think there's a motion on the table.
And that's for 7 p.m. on Monday?
I think so.
Monday the 15th?
Yep.
Yep.
What time is the meeting on Monday, 7?
7 p.m.
7 o'clock, right? We're saying 7 o'clock on the 15th. Okay? Okay, we have a motion?
Motion by Ebner, seconded by Vienna.
A motion by Ebner and a second by who?
Vienna, to continue the meeting to November 15th at 7 p.m. for discussion. There has not been a vote yet of the council.
Any further discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? Hearing none, we'll resume this matter on the 15th at 7 o'clock. And that will be the only thing on the agenda, as I understand. Okay. Okay, we'll move into oral communications. Members of the audience, speakers are limited to 3 minutes, or as may be determined by the chair. Mr. Calderon?
Yes, I was just going to bring it back to the point that on your website, you did say that there would be hearings on the 15th, 16th, and 23rd. At the minimum, a hearing on the 23rd. And I think it's only ethical that in terms of the decisions that you've made tonight, that you do have a public hearing to let people respond to the proposals that are being made. And I'm also hoping that the maps you've decided on, that, they will be put up on the website so that you're right, that the people who put forward maps can look over their maps and these maps and come at least have an opportunity to respond to your decisions at this point, because you have made decisions. And so it's only ethical then that those people who did come up with maps and took the time, like you said, Ryan, that all of you appreciated that a lot of us took all that time, came tonight, that it's only ethical then that you allow them to go back to look at the maps that you're proposing and to come back and make comments. It's only ethical. And to disallow that is even going against what you have put up on the website as options for the public to be involved and to respond. And so I would urge you on the 15th to make it a public hearing and let people know, and that you also have the possibility of having and continuing on the 23rd, if you have to, because that is exactly what is up on the website. And that's why I raised that contradiction tonight about having two documents on the website, one that said the 15th, 16th, and 23rd as open to hearings, and then another document that actually left out the 15th and only said, and that was the by-district elections, only had two dates, November 9th and November the 23rd. So this evening you are creating the 15th as an open hearing, and I think the public needs to know that, and that there will be a hearing. Thank you.
Would anybody else like to say anything?
Hi again. I went home to watch the conclusion on YouTube, but I felt I needed to come back. First of all, I wonder how much you really want the public's input on these things, because you have people who have spent time, made maps, sent them in, and if you have the time to hear out what people in the public have to say and still be able to meet your deadlines, I don't see what the motivation would be to keep people from residents from being a part of this process. You know, you all represent us. So those of us who want to be involved, and I'm not just saying me and the people who are here, but I'm sure there are other people, you know, because not everybody who drew maps are here. I think it's really important that you all show that you really want our participation. Okay, and to try to stay in the timeline here, it's my opinion that just looking at the percentage of Latino voters above 40% misses the point of trying to create a district that has the largest percentage of Latino voters as compared to white voters. Okay? You have some that are like 0.7% above the white voters, okay? Or you've got 131 that has 1%. 127 doesn't even have a larger percentage of Latino voters in it. If you look at it, there is not a larger percent. You had two other maps that were presented, two of which were suggested by Mr. Weber, that had 4.4 and 4% percentage of a greater percentage of Latino voters than white voters. And you guys just dismissed those. I thought the whole point here was to try to put together a district that really represented the Latino population of our community. Is that not what we're trying to do? That's basically what I have to say. I think you really need to think about how much you really want public participation. And I think you should also open up phone calls so that I don't have to drive back here to make a comment. Thank you.
Thank you. Any further comments? Okay. Staff and city council reports, city manager.
Aside from a number of Gold Line updates that we've posted on social media and put out to council about closures and whatnot, I'll defer my report given the hour.
City attorney?
Nothing tonight, Mayor.
Members of the council reports on meetings attended at the expense of the local agency. Hearing none. City Council requests for future items, comments, and updates. Dennis?
Well, the only thing I want to discuss, I have several things, but according to the time, I'll just do one, is about the San Dimas Historical Society. Every first Saturday of the month, they have a walk downtown where they point out all the historical buildings and why they're historical. And this last Saturday, I, along with two people in the audience, took this walk, and the docent at this time was Mayor Kurt Morris, and it was just amazing about all the things that he knew and all the information that he had was just unbelievable. And I recommend that anybody that's interested in San Dimas history take this walk. It probably won't be with the mayor, but it'll be with someone who's equally informed about the city. And it's the first Saturday of the month at 10 o'clock, 10 a.m., and they meet at the Walker House. And it's very worthwhile, and I think we'd enjoy it. And it doesn't matter who's leading it. It's very interesting to find out why some of these buildings are named what they're named and what happened there.
Thank you. Anything further? Eric?
Nothing tonight.
Don? I was trying to decide, John, who was going to be the least involved.
Who goes out to play third base? Two quick things. I always want more public participation, and I hope that's clear in all the comments I make, and I'll just leave it at that. The only other thing was that, it might have been mentioned at some point, but since it was a long time ago, I'll just remind everybody that on Thursday, Veterans Day, there is a celebration at the Veterans Monument in Freedom Park, right across San Dimas Avenue from Ryan's house. And that's 4 p.m. on Thursday, so it's always a good thing to witness and be at. And that's about it.
Ryan?
I'll just say I hope everybody has a good Veterans Day. Thank you to all those who served for their service. And it's been a good night going through this. I think we got quite a ways through a lot of information and looked at a lot of things. So I applaud council for going through the exercise and getting to where we've gotten. I think that's a tremendous task.
I just want to confirm or deny whatever is going to happen. Are we going to post these 4 maps on the website?
We can post the 4 maps and indicate that we, at the meeting of the 15th, so that folks are clear that that's what's happening that day. And then we'll publish the agenda as soon as tomorrow. Well, it has to be done tomorrow with the maps to make sure that folks are aware of that meeting.
Okay, I think that's a fair request to make sure that we do post them, and people can have a chance to view them, and then whatever we decide about public comment or a public hearing, we'll decide prior to the meeting on the 15th, or right at the beginning of the meeting. Or do we have to do it for the agenda?
We don't, because you can decide at the meeting to do what you want with the public hearing segment of it, and I would recommend you do it there during the actual meeting itself.
Okay. All right, so as long as we get those things posted, I'd appreciate it. The sooner the better.
Correct, and residents are welcome to send you written comments also if they want to inform you. Just won't necessarily be a part of the public record unless you open the public hearing.
Is there, so talking about posting, so I've been on the homepage of the website and gone to the agendas and stuff, but I haven't poked around the website a lot. Was there a direct link someplace prominent on the front page, the homepage of our website, saying here's the district? I know you can go to sandimasdistricts.org, but was there a link on the San Dimas City's website to that?
We have a elections section, an elections button on the homepage of the website.
Yes.
That if you click on it, the district link is prominent on that page.
And Deborah, wasn't there also, when you get to the website for some period of time, an initial blast, that there's a page that pops up that was districting?
Yeah, we had two of the publications that went out was
Awesome.
very, when you open the website, that was the first thing you saw.
Yeah, I remember when that was up there.
The time that the public hearings ran.
I was just thinking that maybe, those little crawler or the things that swim by one, all the little kind of hot topics.
They were there.
So if we could have it there, and especially somehow make a direct link or a way of getting to the 4 maps like quicker or something, because now you got to go to District R, or you get to the website and then you have to know what to do, because you got to go down and say, here's the maps. And I'm imagining they're still in numerical order based on map plan ID.
Yeah, what we can do is on the welcome page of the site, add something that draws your attention to it, because that's the first page on the districting site, and say November 15th map discussion, and then put links right there up front, if that's what you're asking.
I like it.
Okay. And then in terms of the runner, I'm embarrassed to say our website is a little challenging, and we're transitioning to a new website. What we can do is we can put an icon on the front page of the website that's under the city news, and that's where we had it before, where if you didn't get the splash page when you first went to the site, the city news that you just rotates below has icons, and so we had it there for the longest time. And right now, there's the upcoming public hearings and workshops that's still there. We can just change it a little bit to reflect, council considering maps or something that draws you more to that, if that's what you like.
Thanks, Chris and Deborah and John, or whoever is going to actually do it.
John, can I continue now?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Just one comment. On Friday night, I attended the San Dimas High School's football team's first round of the CIF. They beat West Covina pretty solidly. They're playing again this Friday night at home. And I'm not sure, the last I heard it was maybe something like Santa Margarita or something like that. I challenge each and every one of us, even though the school board is their own separate entity and we don't mingle in their business, these are our kids. And I would challenge each and every council member up here to at least support them and go out to the games and see what they're doing, because they are the people that are going to be voting in future elections here. So I'm just saying, I'm just getting feedback from parents that are saying, hey, how come the council doesn't support them? Okay, when in reality, everybody knows that we do support them, but they want to visualize it. I've been going for the last 5, 6, 7 years with Mayor Morris, who's not even on the council anymore, but he feels the same way I do. It's important. So, I would hope that we would consider it, as they keep moving through the process. We all are going to be happier than hell if they win the CIF, just like we were with the girls' soccer team and stuff like that. But I don't think anybody up here, well, not anybody, some people did, went to those games, but yet we sit here and clap for them and stuff. So that's it. Okay, we're going to go into a closed session, conference for real property negotiators, and conference with legal counsel, anticipated litigation. We're going to adjourn and meet back in the conference room in 8 minutes.